Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace,
mia si salterà, l'ore bella beranzare tiene man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella beranzare tiene man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl and chill it up run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl and chill it up run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be.
Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
What is up, gamers? Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. 3.5 hours later, we might have our second series here today. My name is Cryptic here with, of course, the Quixotics and the North American Closed Qualifiers. Par for the course, I feel like a lot of times with this region. People are trying to show up for games while they're in school, between classes, and sometimes it just doesn't quite work out because there's a region where most of these players are just like college students who play for fun. So we'll see what happens. But How you feeling, Zach? How was your break?
It's pretty good. Worked on some other stuff. Took a quick nap, and then a very
Ooh.
hectic, close finish because I didn't realize how close we were coming alive, and I had to finish chewing of a carrot that I was eating and swallow it in time. But here we are. We're good to go. So yeah, I'm ready to see what happens. See some Dota? Question mark.
Yeah, we'll see. We're still waiting on one of the teams at the moment. But I do have a bone to pick with one of these teams.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
pick some bones.
I am sure you know which one. Can we just call out for the four Zoomer stack as just the most disingenuous use of this name I have ever seen, and I hope that they lose every single game in the qualifiers and bottom out. Is that all right? Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that?
Is it
I'm
because
not
they're
sure.
using the same name
Yeah,
as
they're
the
just
other
like
team, but
using the
not
name
the
for
team?
Zoomers, but they're obviously not affiliated with the original iconic four Zoomers stack of the North American Dota scene that became known as Nouns. So it's like it's a little bit like distasteful, right? To just steal another team's name. So I'm not a huge fan of that. Come up with a different name in my eyes.
I think if you ask for spiritual permission, like, can we assume, like, can we pick up the mantle, carry on, and you moved on to find, success. We want that same good luck. I think if you ask, it's okay. I don't know if behind the scenes there was any asking or
Oh,
not.
there was definitely not any asking. I actually asked Gunnar about it, and he ranted for 10 minutes straight about how angry he was that they're just using his legacy. And I was like, yep.
Well, they better zoom their way into the lobby, otherwise, it's not gonna
Yeah,
be too much of an issue for much
yeah,
longer. Though
that
maybe
is
that's
very
worse.
true.
Maybe that's tarnishing the name even further.
They just
What
don't
if
even
that's the
show.
secret strat? Yeah, if that's actually the play.
Yeah, I don't know
NA
what, dude.
drama.
Dude, that's the one thing NA has always had is no, there's been never a lack of drama in this region, From one
I'm glad I joined late. Dodged a lot of drama.
there was some real epic stuff early on, that is true. But nowadays it's the drama is which, offlaner is Shopify going to play with this week type of thing. Uh which for this event it's because, right? He'll be playing the offlane with them, but
I would have
I don't
loved to
know if
see that
that's
earlier today.
yeah, right? It would have been great. I don't know if it's permanent, if he's going to be staying with the team or not, but at least for the qualifiers, he is. Um, the good news is that we still might get a chance to see it since this afternoon or evening, we do get to cover what is supposed to have been the second series from Shopify versus White Ice. So we might get to see Shopify in action today still.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Historically, every time we've had a carry player go to the off lane, I mean, not every time, but all the high profile ones I can remember, it like finds some success for about 6 months to a year, and then they're back to playing their original role. And you move on to like someone who is actually an off laner. Will that happen for eighth times the charm? I don't know. What is this? We've had a lot. We've had like Ramses do it. We had
Nightfall. Nightfall was like the
Nightfall.
offlaner that went to Shopify and then eventually went back. I think it was EG back in the day, right? When
Yeah.
they were
I
before
guess
they
we've
were
had
Shopify.
there's been some successful ones like Resolution and Ace. I'd say Ace is by far the most
Aces is by
successful.
far and
Which
Resolution, right? He
Resolutions was pretty good too. Yeah. Um but I would say like the first year they did it, it was not as successful and it took some time. So we'll see. We'll see if it stays that way. I know there's more, but I'm blanking.
there's a ton, right? There's a ton of
Yeah.
players that have moved from carry into the offlane role. Just I'm not sure if it's because there's just a severe lack of people who like playing offlane or want to play offlane, but or if it's something like there's a severe lack of um like me I don't know, like top tier offlaners. Like maybe they're like offlaners struggle with like the lane mechanic itself. And so like they just pick carries who are like super detailed, like lane oriented players. I really don't know. I don't get it. Maybe it's just the patch. Maybe it's the way Dota has trended for the last several years where it's like offlaners are like a little bit greedier than they used to be. I don't know.
I think to some degree, I mean, we won't know because we don't have the inside. Maybe there's a team interview. I think Shopify has a culture of strong lanes, which
Yeah.
that's one of the things carry players often bring. Mid players actually are the best at it. Like mids who have switched over tend to be like the best lane. Oh, Gunner's another one who did it successfully for a while. Um, if you have a very early game focus and you're like, we're gonna win our lanes, we're going to snowball. That wasn't always the style of Shopify, but the last time we got to cover them, that was their style. They were playing some very fast Dota, but that was around an offlaner, Mangekyo, who had a lot of zoo heroes that encouraged that. Parker, sorry, what did I just say?
Because.
Because, there we go. Wrong
Sorry,
carry
one of
player.
the other P starting carry
Yeah.
players.
I mean, back to your other point, it's like we have too many carries. Everyone's switching between these carries. Like, okay, try my hand at off lane. And then play
Yeah.
like carry types there. Like, I saw him playing Abaddon, Night Stalker, right? So we'll see as he grows his pool. But we're lately we're seeing some carry players also go new style, right? It's like, oh, they're more aggressive. They're playing wacky, not farmers. They're being super aggressive. Now we're getting like Beastmaster carries, things like that. So I do think the side lanes have been breaking down as we've been stuck in this duo lane for a long time, and as things have evolved, supports have gotten more powerful. So it's like uh, you don't have to pick a hyper scaling carry because you can get scaling from the mid, off lane, and for support, right? So it opens up more avenues for kind of like different drafts, which I think is cool from a draft perspective. For a player perspective, when you've specialized in like I play PAs, Drows, Nagas, Morphlings like really well, that can be a bit of a challenge now if you're like, oh, I got to play more brawly type carries who don't have as much scaling. Offlaners are maybe like, oh, I can't just be this Aura bot fifth net
Yeah.
worth, but mass contribution. Like now I have to like lane mechanically, and I have to be the one to step up. But I do think that's the way Dota will evolve as time goes on. Whether we stick with these same heroes, it's going to reach a point where every player is going to have to be able to step up, and you're like, you position 5, you've actually got the best hero in the game, you've got to scale and carry us. And I think teams are becoming more open to that idea, and it's just what happens when there's so much more distribution of net worth to every player instead of like, hey, you know how to play 50 minutes with 2000 gold, all right, position 5, let's go, right? Like sometimes, but now, oh, you got the shard, oh, in the hectic Aegis fight you got the Aegis. Oh, you've been pushing out lanes and you have 4,000 more gold. All right, step up, buddy. Like, carry us.
Yeah. That's something that's kind of wild is like how much farm there just is available now to all the other roles, right? And it really has kind of defined the current meta that we're in terms of like whether or not a hero is viable. Which is a little unfortunate, right? If you're a support and you don't really have wave clear, you're not really pickable. Outside of like a couple exceptions. Um, but yeah, I feel like my hope is that we slowly transition out of this like strength meta of it being a viable strategy to just pick 3 strength cores as your mid, off lane, and carry, and it just having a super high success rate because they just are so tanky and still do so much damage that even when they're like fighting up against some of traditionally the strongest agility carries on equal farm, things like the Luna or even like Drow or Juggernaut, like they just win because they have 3 times the amount of health as them, and you're just like, huh, maybe we get there. Maybe there's some number crunches over time, like reducing the amount of HP we get per strength, or adjusting strength gain, or adjusting items. I'm not sure what the best solution is, but it's one of those things like we've kind of been in this mold, I want to say, of you have to build a ton of HP on heroes for like almost 3 years now. That's what it really feels like. It feels like we have moved away from like your traditional agility carries for quite some time, minus like the few exceptions of things like Phantom Assassin, who was just too good because her lane was really broken and she scaled. And then like Terrorblade, right? Because there was a patch where he could be played as an offlaner. So
We're back to that patch.
Yeah, and then we're just back, right? Like you could see Terrorblade off lane, but he's also just like generally a great scaling hero, so it's not that surprising. I don't know. It's weird. I miss the days of like seeing Troll Warlord, like I guess Monkey King is like mostly a mid player, but like Drows, Juggernauts, like Faceless Void Carry, Bloodseekers, Anti-Mage, like these types of heroes I think are really exciting. And can be. I just don't know how we get them back into the game, you know? I don't know what needs to change.
I can rationally understand, but emotionally I can't relate because I think just from the pubs, I associate all those carries with like the worst
They just AFK
toxicity. And
farm.
yeah,
Yeah.
not seeing them, I'm like, oh man, this is great, you know. But
I
I understand we losing out on some of these agi carries. I do think it's the pacing of the game that has sped
yeah.
up. When we talk about the scaling of a carry, I mean that takes time. You have to get there, and we don't have as much time. Like even this patch compared to last patch, you know, Tormentor spawns at 20. So get ready to fight by then. Now it's Tormentor spawns at 15. So be ready to fight by 15. And you don't get the time to finish Battle Fury and finish your Butterfly and Manta and Basher. And okay, now as I round out the MKB, you know, maybe I'll think about joining the fight. You know, the game's decided at that point. So only a couple heroes get to do that, like PA, one of the top Harrys, who is getting the Battle Fury. So it's not that it's completely dead. It's just that only a few of them ever hit the requirement. Like you scale hard enough, yet do enough early. So
I
whether you
think
want to
that's the
bump
key
all
with
of
her.
them up, yeah, whether you want to bump all of them up to do that, or you want to try to change the style, because I'm open to it. Right, the beginning of Dota was okay, agility one protect, four protect one strats. Now we're in this double duo lane, so now it's slowly become tri-core. Right, I'm open to the evolution of Dota over time. I think everyone's ideal would be like all of these strategies are viable. Like some
Yeah.
strategies could do tricore, some could do Zoog, some could do whatever, right? Some people are jungling. That's the ideal. It is so hard to balance that. It is so hard to get it exactly right while then still doing a crazy map change like, oh yeah, tormentors are a thing now. And now we have rivers, you know. It's really hard. But yeah, the pacing of the game, which has led to like early spell casting, players have also just gotten more efficient. You know, even if we
Yeah.
stayed on the exact same old patch, like years ago, when it's everyone tri lanes for protect one, you would just learn to farm faster. You would learn to play the game faster, and then you'd have less and less time for these. Like I have 800 health, 15 minutes in. Like I am
Yeah.
killed by 3 abilities. Like that's it. It doesn't matter how farmed you are. Like hey, we ganked you with the smoke, and 3 of us pressed Q and you died. Like, nice.
Yeah, that's the thing that's like really weird, right? Because there's this like potential. You look at a game and you're like, on paper, this should be a good game for this type of carry. But when you then think about the fact that the hero needs like 15, 20 minutes of just straight farm, and then once they even are there, they're at like 1200 health, and you're going up against a Dragon Knight who just has like a Blink Dagger, who does the same amount of damage as you, but has 2500 HP, and you're just like, huh, that's cool, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's really weird. How
I feel like that's
like
why
slowly over time we got here.
yeah, I feel like that's why as soon as Universal Heroes came out, we saw an almost immediate shift where a lot of the carries that remained viable were
Yeah,
universal instead
all
of
universal.
agility. Yeah, because it's like it's a different item build a little bit, but at the end of the day, I have damage and I also have more health than you, and it just made a huge difference. Of course, there was some balancing for Universal that slowly got shifted, and at this point, we're now mostly moved away. I feel like with the last shift in like what counts as a Universal hero again. I think we're back to it not all being Universal carries, but what you're saying is still true, where we just don't have very many true agility carries that are viable like any given one for a long period of time.
Yeah, PA is kind of like the one here right now that has been standing tall for as long as she has, and it's mostly just been because her late game is so much better than pretty much every other agility carry in Dota, and she has a good lane. Like she's actually strong in lane, and that was one thing that kind of just crept up over time. Um, so I think they've been doing a
We're
decent
nerfing
job at
that
nerfing
now.
her. Yeah, like now she's just getting nerfed, but like nothing else is being adjusted. So we're just like going back to, all right, well, these agility heroes aren't playable, so let's go back and just go to old faithful like Dragon Knight, Tiny, Life Stealer, these types of heroes again.
If you could bring back one agility carry, who would it be?
I mean, probably Ricky, to be honest. Like,
The man hates pub players.
I think he should be a carry. I really do. Like everything about him, like if you can put Phantom Assassin in this, like, all right, I'm like this burst like assassin type hero. Like, what? It's just weird to me that Ricky can't do that. Right? He does so little damage unless he has like 6 items. So I would say probably Ricky, but it's either that or Shadow Fiend. I would say because I've absolutely love watching that hero. He's just so cool. In fights, like Requiems are like such a big deal. And then depending on which build you go, right, whether it be the spellcaster one can be super exciting in the right player, but also like playing around the attack damage and building team comps around like the minus armor is also really interesting. So I think that's another hero that I miss, right? And I don't think he's really been picked I don't think he's been picked once in a pro game so far in 2025. Like 4 months, I don't think he's been picked a single time. I'm pretty sure he's
I
been
can't
unpicked and
verify that, but
unbanned.
it's not been popular. But I
I
feel like he had
think,
his
yeah.
time in the sun, like within the last year at least. I feel personally, I don't even know if I like the hero that much, but I'm looking at a list of carries, right? And I think everyone has gone in and out of the meta except for Juggernaut and Phantom Lancer for a really
Yeah.
long time. Like I think both those heroes are at least 2 years out. Not that you won't ever see them, but it's very rare. I feel every other carry that I am looking at came in for a little bit. Now some may be in
Yeah.
other roles, like Naga Siren might have come back as a support for a bit. Sometimes you see some carry Nagas. Troll has his place every now and then. Venge carry also has been kind of dead. Whether people
It
consider it a carry or not, I don't
yeah,
know.
it
But
it was pretty good when it was universal, right? I think we saw a lot
mm,
of Venge carry when she was universal, but now that she's back to agility, we just don't see her anymore because she lost so much damage.
yeah,
But I agree with Jug though. I think Jug is one of the most iconic heroes in Dota, and outside of Ame, I don't think literally anyone in the world plays it. Like Ame, and I think Yatoro has played it like once or twice in the last year, maybe more than that, but like not often enough. It's just such a cool hero. But again, one of those heroes that didn't get a lot out of like innates and facets. I think he has like the one of the worst innates in the entire game. If I'm not mistaken, like Duelist is on average like a 0.4% damage buff to your hero during the game. It's so bad.
crazy because
It's so
on
bad.
paper it sounds like it should be good. Like anytime you fight a hero, which in most late game situations, well, I won't say most, but it frequently comes down to like my carry, who I've been raising the whole game, has to beat your carry that you've been raising the whole time, and those two now have to like face down to the death. And to have just 12% more damage sounds great, but then it's just not. I don't know.
Yeah. It's weird. Like I really thought it was going to be good. But even with the like 10 the funny thing is you get this 10 talent as well that gives you like more duelist damage and you're just like everything about this hero like a lot of times or even skipping points in Blade Dance just to get stats because he's so fragile, which is a little bit rough. But yeah, I agree. I think there's just I don't know when we're gonna get these like like we get into these like C patches where they balance them with like the like super often pick stuff, but then like you said, kind of heroes like Jug and PL who are still just completely unpicked. They and unbanned. They're just like, we don't know how to fix these yet, so we're just gonna keep not doing any changes. But yeah, it's weird. I think for now, we'll just kind of have to wait and see what Valve wants to do with them. Like maybe there's going to be some big changes in 7.39, which who knows when that'll be, but maybe there'll be a D patch before then. Or we get to see some like major change or some more changes to heroes, facets, innates, stuff like that.
Yeah, I will say Wraith King carry has been kind of gone for a really long time. Excuse me. But the recent patch, some buffs to him. Maybe we'll see some exploration into it. Bring back the boys, Bone Guard. See how that works.
All right, hold on. Sorry, I just spaced out. I was trying to figure out what is happening in our lobby. So, for starters, the Four Zoomers team already has been forfeited on game one. They did not show up in time. So they will automatically lose their first game of the series. Off to a great start for these guys. And then Gladiator will be credited that win. But looks like they finally have their fifth person. So we might be starting game two here in just a short second. But yeah, okay, yeah, we're jumping into game two. All right, very cool. So for those of you who are wondering, like, why it was a forfeit, they just didn't make it into lobby in time with their whole team. It was close, but they didn't make it, and there's no exceptions for being late to games. So it is how it is.
So go the rules of Dota. But now we'll get into game two and finally get to see if there's any new ideas. The thing with these kind of qualifiers that you never know what you're going to get here in NA, where we can talk about the pro level play, but a lot of these players are not fully committed to being a professional player, so you don't always keep up. Like, you know what the top meta is, but maybe you can't play all the top meta stuff as well as someone who has time, 10 pubs a day plus, scrimming and thoughts and everything like that. So we're going to see. We might see some specialty heroes. We might see something a little different than the usual pro meta, which, I think is a little bit fun to step away from just the exact same opener, same picks, things like that. And you get some, signature heroes, grandmaster tier stuff.
Really hope there's just going to be some funky, odd picks already, just based on bans. We're seeing an Ember Spirit and an IO removed here, so we're way off the meta from what we've been seeing. So there's clearly some IO spammer on the side of I'm not even gonna call them Four Zoomers. I'm just gonna call them the Dire. I straight up refuse. It's such an egregious name. Also, just using the logo, massive shame on these guys. That's actually unbelievable.
Biased caster.
I mean, I'd understand if they just used the name. The fact that they also stole their logo is crazy.
No, yeah, I agree.
That is insane to me. Yeah, I would.
Biased cast? Question mark? Can we just do
I'm
it?
down to just hope they lose. I am. No offense. I don't want this team to win. We're gonna see the Magnus first pick as they ban out Doom and the Marcy.
Dark Willow.
Whoa, that's weird.
Not a usual first pick, though I do think she's been rising in terms of position fours. Maybe a bit of a steal pick because the Magnus Dark Willow lane combo is pretty strong. But also, speaking of some players just having specialist stuff, I feel like Dark Willow is one where there's a lot of players who are very good at Dark Willow and will find any excuse. Because she is pretty good in pubs because you don't need to be relying on core heroes, right? You just I can solo kill with Bedlam. So a lot of pub players like that and play a lot of Dark Willow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when this hero came out, I think a lot of people naturally gravitated towards her because she was just super fun and engaging to play. Like, her whole spell kit is just so well designed that it wasn't super surprising to me that people became specialists on it. And like Crit is a great example. Like, he's been a Grandmaster Dark Willow for some time, and if it's in the meta, he's like super happy to pick it just because it can do a lot of damage, and he is very good at exploiting players being out of position. I think that's one of the things that Dark Willow does extremely well. If you get out of position and you are not you don't have like a dispel or some way to like get out of the spell combo from Dark Willow, like, she'll just kill you, no matter how farmed you are.
Hanky
All right.
offlaners.
How do you feel about these
being banned
bans?
out here? They're just banning out some tankier offlaners. They are all good offlaners in general, but not usually what we see banned out, because you often prioritize some other stuff. Like the fact that there's no Nature's ban here, nor first pick, wild. Phantom Assassin, hardly ignored, crazy. So we'll see. We'll see what does get through. Like everything gets through, I guess. So what I guess a better way to put it is that we'll see what these guys play and feel good about, because like Tinker, he's available. Like there's so many top tier heroes, but again, maybe you don't have players who are not full-time professionals who can play all these stuff. So I feel like Nature's is not that hard to play. So I'm very surprised if he's not banned.
Right click.
Like how could he not be picked? You know, like he's got to come up.
I mean, if I'm
Yeah,
the Gladiators
Mjolnir-
team, I 100% pick it, right? You have a Magnus, like, that protects the Nature's Prophet pretty heavily for, like, some sort of counter engage. And then you just give him Empower, right? Like, even though it doesn't get the benefit of the cleave, like, damage on Nature's Prophet is ridiculously strong.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, early Morph pick.
Very early. We do occasionally see some Morphlings. You and I were just rambling about Agi carries not being in the pool. But it usually comes after all the other carries are banned out. You know, like the Nature's PA, they're taken out. And then it's like, okay, who's the next best agility carry that will outscale their strength core like Dragonite, but isn't super weak? And it usually ends up being Morphling. But we don't even see that kind of pick coming up quite yet. We will see the Muerta. Gladiators right now has a pretty normal looking draft. Muerta, good combo with the Magnus if that is the off lane. There's a world with Carry Muerta that actually does very well versus Morphling, though Carry Muerta has not been in the greatest place herself. But the silence is annoying for Morphling, and sometimes you can catch him off guard with a dead shot or the calling. And something in the lane we'll have to see. You know, you get to low health. You're trying to do some like infinite HP tricks, and then just a dead shot gets you. Something to be aware of for the laning stage.
I love the Jakiro. It's just such a safe pick right now because he's such a strong lane hero. And Ice Path is just one of the best spells in Dota, like just generally right now. So no reason not to pick it. Kind of surprised it wasn't picked earlier, especially instead of like the Dark Willow, but they're going to go for the Lycan into Rubik, which, I mean, there's a couple good spells to steal, right? It's great against the Magnus in terms of if he's trying to play this like Horn Toss skewer back or just like this Blink skewer back. If you're paying attention and ready on the Rubik, you can just kind of be repeatedly casting Telekinesis like on your ally that's at the front and just instantly lift the mag. So there is definitely some playmaking potential there, but it's not easy, right? It's a little bit, it's like the easier execution is going to be for the Magnus than it is for the Rubik to do that.
Depends if you get another initiator. If Magnus is the only initiator, I actually think it is easier for Rubik because all you're doing is waiting for the Magnus. But if you can't afford to wait for Magnus because, you know, like a mid-Storm Spirit just zipped on you, then that opens up space for Magnus to get off the good ultimate. So I don't know if Sven's going to be that initiator I was talking about. Hopefully there's, you know, one more initiator coming in their last pick. Otherwise, I think the Rubik pick has plenty of good steals to grab from here. I've been a little surprised we don't see more Rubik in the current meta. I think his lane is just not good enough compared to others when there's been so many good heroes with spells to steal, such as Jakiro and Magnus. They're like some of the best heroes you could possibly hope for being in the game, and yet we haven't seen very much Rubik. So we'll see if this game showcases that. You know, maybe he just doesn't get off to a good start and never really reaches the point where his spell steals are impactful. The Sven pick feels very similar to Magnus. We're pretty all in on, you know, clumping people up and cleaving them. But I will say Sven versus Morphling, like of heroes that outscale Morphling, it's not that I think Sven strictly outscales, but you can catch him off guard. Because you can surprise him with a stun, and then you pray for a big crit, which this time you're going to have Empower, so it doesn't even have to be, you don't have to be as farmed as usual, and you kind of just delete Morphling before he can react. It's also good versus the Wolves. You just don't care. Zoo meta has maybe been making a comeback, Lycan going Helm on the Dominator, but now Sven and Magnus don't really care. They're like, yes, please bring all of them to me and let me farm them up.
Yeah, the Helm of the Dominator change, or Overlord change to being hero creeps, counters a lot of heroes, or makes it better against a lot of certain heroes in Dota that were direct counters to types of summons. But Sven does not care. Like, he will just chop your creep down and get himself 250 gold. So it is typically not seen as a great idea to go for things like Helm of the Overlord or Helm of the Dominator against the Sven, which is why I kind of like the Sven pickup. But whether or not they decide to do that, if they're going to go Alpha Wolves, which I feel like Alpha Wolves has massively fallen off because it got properly nerfed. But I don't know. Maybe they have another idea for the Lycan. Maybe they go on the Spirit Wolves, and this is not a summon Lycan at all.
I think the Alpha Wolves, there was a nerf. I actually don't think it's even that bad. I think the bigger thing is that Alpha Wolves need you to hit level 11 to really come online. And now we're fighting at, 15 minutes pretty consistently with very strong laners in the game. So a lot of the times the Lycan just doesn't even get a chance to really hit his stride with the Alpha Wolves. The Helm of the Dominator build, has been more popular. And now potentially leaning into a Monkey King, since I know some people do Lycan mid. There's not that much flex since Sven can't really move around. Feel like it's Monkey mid and Magnus off, so you could potentially pick something in mid to punish that for 4 Zoomers. But you need a playmaker and or a space maker, because Morphling carry, you know what he's going to do. He's going to farm up for 3 items. Lycan, he can only get active once he has Helm Dominator, if he's doing that build, and then you need some early farm. So they go for the Sniper, who will survive the lane versus the Monkey King, but I do worry about Fake 4 Zoomer's ability to make plays and do things. Like, I feel like as soon as they fall behind, if they fall behind in the lanes, that'll be kind of it. Like, I think all 3 cores will be like, hang on, I still need to farm. And Rubik is just going to be pressing W every single wave and, like, trying to steal dual breath to drag out the game. If you're winning, though, I mean, you just run it down and it does work. But, well, I mean, yeah, it'll come down to the lanes. If you can outlane them, then the draft weakness doesn't come into play.
That's true. I still just generally like the Gladiator draft a little bit more. I think you're right. Like, you have some of the heroes that can surprise the Morphling, catch him off guard. Lycan's going to go Pack Leader, which is a really good facet against certain supports and like killing them, because if you just run the summons at the support and they, there's a good chance they're just going to get the kill. They're hasted. They have the damage bonuses. It's really good. And it then further extends the ultimate on Lycan. But you're against a Muerta who can pierce the veil. So she cannot die to the summons. And then Jakiro, surprisingly tanky, has Ice Path, can drop the Macro Pyre if needed. So, like, maybe your best bet is trying to just get the Jakiro spells out of him with just the summons on the Lycan. So if you're able to scout him and do that, that's probably best case scenario. Because I don't know what else you're going to get out of the Lycan in these fights, because it does not want to go toe-to-toe with either the Magnus Sven or the Monkey King. So I'll keep my eyes on the Lycan and the Wolves. But how do you feel about kind of these lane matchups as a whole?
I think in general, Gladiators should be fine for the side lanes. It's the mid lane where Sniper needs to punish the Monkey King hard and should generally do well. But we're going to see the Monkey King just try to get a few levels and then most likely rotate to the side lanes. And it's those moments that'll be really critical to determine how well Gladiators does this game. If those Monkey King rotations pay off, you get a couple kills, he's just straight back into the game, and I think life will be much easier for them. At that point, you're sitting in a tree, Sniper happens to walk by, you just instantly kill him with Wukongs. Even if the early rotation struggle, you'll still have to worry about RP, and I think there will always be the threat of 4 Zoomers clump up, and then Magnus RP into the Sven stun. Right. Don't forget, Sven's innate Vanquisher, 20% bonus damage to stunned enemies. That could be RP into Icebreaker, into Boundless Strike, into Stormhammer. There's actually so much stun once you clump people up, so you've got the 20% bonus damage the entire time you're swinging. So that is something that will always be scary for Zoomers. I think for them,
I actually forget about that all the time.
Exactly, right? It's so easy to just slip your mind. A lot of innates are like that, right? Like your facets are so good, like that's what you remember about the hero. Like what is Dark Willow's innate? You know, it's like, she has Throwing Shade and Bramble Maze for facets that are really good. You just forget some of these, which is like when she dodges with Shadow Realm, she gets some healing. You know, so it's like, oh yeah, okay, you know, that's good. Yeah, sure. But you just forget about it compared to the other stuff.
Yeah, I think it's just whenever she uses Shadow Realm, right? She doubles her HP and mana regen. So it's like it's I don't know if that counts for things like lotuses, like fairy fires and mangoes in that state. It's actually not something I've ever really tested because we haven't really seen a lot of Dark Willow. But yeah, it's actually kind of interesting if that is the case, because then you could, like, you know, get the double efficiency out of it. But in my gut, I'm gonna say it probably doesn't work that way. It's probably just like your natural regen.
Yeah, I think so.
Still paused for some reason. Having some mic issues, it seems, on the Radiant here. I have decided I'm gonna call the Dire team Fraud Zoomers.
Is
And I'm
Fraud
not gonna
Zoomers or for frauds? No, maybe that's two. Fraud Zoomers is better.
Fraud Zoomers, I think, works, right? Because it's like
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of a play on the 4, right? So
Yeah,
I'm sticking with Fraud Zoomers. We'll see. They can't tell me otherwise either. I don't care what they say. So here we go. Jumping into game number 1. For those of you that are just joining us, technically our second series of the game, or of the day. But this is also somehow the 4th technical game of the day for our stream, but the first game that we're actually seeing. So, Fraud Zoomers forfeited game 1 here for being too late to the lobby. They did not make it in time. So it is currently 1-0 for the Gladiators. And we'll see if they can take a clean 2-0 here.
I feel like the draft is set up to do so.
Yeah, I agree.
I won't hype it up too much draft-wise. That's just the thing with qualifier games, especially North America. The pro meta matters to the full-time professionals. At the, you know, we're kind of like in the tier 2, tier 3 level for NA quals. You just got to play your heroes well. More than your draft has to be the absolute peak of the meta. I do think there's some gaps in Fraud Zoomer's draft that could have been made easier with some other things, but I kind of understand what they're going for. Win your lanes, play tempo, and I think that can work, especially if they just, you know, they're good with their heroes.
The battle begins.
Potential fight breaking out here over the bottom rune, but ooh, great dead shot in from 9. There's the blood grenades out, plenty of damage, and that should be first blood for the Monkey King in the mid lane, which will help him out tremendously in this matchup.
Yeah, that's massive. Anytime you are the one who is counterpicked and you're just in this survive the lane mentality, first blood, I mean, that's like 3 creep waves worth of gold, considering it's like, oh, I would have gone denied like half the wave each time. It's a huge boost to your early game.
I'm also confused on if this is actually 9 or not. Yeah, it is from old C-Dub. So maybe he's standing in. I'm not sure on the side of Gladiators because I don't think he's actually listed as a, I don't know. You never know with qualifiers. But 9 is easily the most notable person in this lobby if it's actually him. So him on the Muerta will be something to definitely keep my eyes on.
Good hero to have a high impact on. Muerta, just laying all your skill shots, can do a lot here.
So Jakiro goes Icebreaker, a little bit of a bummer because we've been really excited to see a ton of the Twin Terror lately. Is level 2 here. Oh, he goes Ice Path. Was that that had to be a misclick? There's no way you Ice Path level 2. You can't. You literally don't have damage on this hero, or you don't have mana on this hero to sustain 2 spells. So that really hurts.
Yeah.
This is gonna eliminate the entirety of Jakiro's lane pressure.
You can do it if, like, it's literally fighting for a kill, and the stun will connect where Liquid Fire, like, they're out of range, but your carry is still on top of them. Like, there's, like, very specific moments you can do it to get the kill at that time, but
yeah,
that seems like a misclick, which is unfortunate. I think Icebreaker in general is fine this game, because I don't think you need to have a massive win in the lane here. Like, I think Sven will do fine on his own. The Icebreaker will give you... What is this?
What is what?
The Icebreaker... He put the sentry in the middle of the small camp to D-ward. I'm actually flabbergasted. I'm like speechless. I'm speechless from that.
So he de-warded and then killed his own sentry?
Yeah, he checked the box by putting the sentry in the middle of the box, which is completely unnecessary now, for the record, guys. If you haven't been watching Dota for a while, every single spawn box of the pull camps can be blocked by 1 sentry out of the box. There is
It used to not be that for the Radiant Dire, but it has been... The spawn box was changed in 7.38.
Yeah. Especially as a Jakiro who has the double hit, you have a huge advantage in winning D-ward fights. Yeah. I don't know. I will attribute it to misclicks happening. Ice Path and now that. That is extremely strange.
Either that or this guy is much lower ranked than we expected. Well,
which could also happen in qualifiers at NA.
Ice Path is actually doing it. We were wrong all along. This guy's a god. I cannot believe I ever questioned Mr. Cook here in the bottom lane giving a kill on over to the Sven.
Let's go. All part of the plan. They never expect the level 2 Ice Path. The last hit's going pretty well in all the lanes. The most important, though, is the mid lane, where we would expect the Sniper versus Monkey King. Sniper should be leading by... I'd say like 5 to 10 CS around this window, ideally. But some of that can be the first blood difference, giving you extra regen and armor to work with, depending what you buy, which in this case, it looks like some Wraith Bands. It could also just be a skill difference. That does happen a lot in the NA quals.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, I do think the first blood does make a pretty big difference, because he starts the game with a Wraith Band and extra regen, which goes, goes quite far on this hero.
Monkey coming up for the first rotation.
That's a big one. Mr. Banana hiding in the trees. A little bit off the mark there with the Primal Spring, but Boundless Strike does connect. Looking to finish off the Morphling as he pops that Morph towards the tower. Keyword on in. Magnus connects, gets the Dark Willow. Looking to chase for more. Sniper is going to come in. Does have Shrapnel, but they could... I was going to say, maybe they turn onto the Sniper, but instead, no, he'll just TP mid, and that leaves Sniper up here with quite the long walk back to mid lane.
He's got to waddle on out, and he doesn't even have boots. Overall, a very successful gank. It started quite messy and didn't seem like it was going to be all that successful, but the rotation not netting a kill and now having to walk back. Magnus didn't even die, and he's actually just creep dragging away, although actually Snipers found him. Skewer away, should be okay. Even goes back for the creeps. Yeah, in the end, this is very good for Gladiators.
Want to quickly, if it wasn't obvious, this is not Game and Gladiators. This is just Gladiators.
True.
For those of you who are like, wow, is that them? Did they change their roster? No, they did not. They're not in the North American Open close.
We've decided to move to the North American region and change all our players.
That would be...
Even though we have one of the best North American players on our team already, we kicked him in. Picked up new players.
We have opted for other NA talent. Not so far. Good start here from the Radiant. 4-0. Winning lanes, which is important. So I do think they have really good scaling here. Wukong's command comes out. Boundless Strike is there into the Ice Path. They got him. Sniper goes down. Nice pick off and good rotation from the supports. And that's a arcane rune too, so that Wukong's will be back up at a pretty quick time. He has boots, but Jakiro really needs to connect on. There it is, the ice path, the double stun. That's just 2 kills now for the Monkey King. Up to 6-0 as he is 1,000 gold now in front of this sniper.
Yeah, very successful start for the Monkey King. And the thing with Sniper is you pick him to win the lane, but you actually lose in the mid to late game versus certain heroes like Puck and Monkey King because they can easily get on top of you. So when you don't win the lane and when people rotate on you, which is not fully his fault, right? Like the first blood happens, there's a successful gank top, and then you get found here on a double support rotation. But that means we are now 7 minutes into the game already at that point where you're kind of losing versus these heroes and you no longer beat them.
Yeah. Bottom lane, they will find the kill onto the Monkey King there as he just extends a little bit too far. That's a really deep dive. Did they get the Wisdom Rune for this or no?
Lycan got it down here, so it was
no.
not a success.
Looks like they're getting a little bit aggressive here in this bottom lane, but they are just going to go ahead, rotate in on the Monkey King. Level 6 on the Morphling makes him a little bit tanky, but he's really low on resources. Great Ice Path onto 2. The God Strength gets bumped as well. The Morphling cannot make it out. Will grab themselves their 7th kill of the game, further pushing that gold advantage.
2K lead already at 8 minutes. Very solid start. What is Magnus going for? He's got the blink queued up. I would like to see that since Monkey King can sort of initiate, but you honestly want to save Boundless Strike for after you get the Jingu stacks because it does way more and it could heal you up. Sven, eventually he could initiate, but for now, if he joins a fight, which he can join early, you want to follow up. So Magnus needs to be the playmaker for his team and line up all the spells from the supports. Let Sven and Monkey King join the fight when they find it comfortable to.
Really good dead shot there. And with this, another silence will connect as she walks into the Jakiro. Kill goes to the Monkey King, up to 3-1. As he's closing in on a Diffusal, which I actually think is the correct item build this game. It's really good at not only dealing with supports, but Sniper already being super immobile. His best thing is he can like shrapnel and run and like drag you through the shrapnel. But now you just Primal Spring into Diffusal, and he can't go anywhere. Like he's just gonna have to stand there and fight you, and Monkey King will always win that. So I like this pickup. As for the Lycan, he did go the Helm of the Dominator, which we were talking about earlier. In certain games, it feels like the Helm of the Dominator being a hero creep now is great, but not against a Sven. This is like the one of the best heroes in Dota at dealing with these Helm of the Overlord, Helm of the Dominator / Overlord creeps. He has no problem popping a God Strength and killing that creep. Or just stunning it and killing it if he has enough damage.
Same time, I don't know if you can afford to do a different build. Like, that's why the Sven pick after the Lycan was great. Because in the past, maybe do Alpha Wolves, and we'll see like a Midas here and then a right-click build, but that's not really good right now, and you would get out-tempoed. So you're sort of still forced into this Helm Dom, and it's just not as good, but you know, avoid the Sven, try to find the fights elsewhere, and maybe you can still make it work.
All right, so what's their game plan right now for trying to deal with the tempo that's coming out from Gladiators? Because we're looking at the score, it's 8-1, they have a 4,000 gold lead, and you have this Magnus, Sven, Monkey King all doing exceptionally well. So if you're in the position of 4 Zoomers here, what is kind of like your game plan right now?
It's really tough. You need to dedicate at least one support to just hold towers. So it could be Rubik using Fade Bolt, hopefully hitting 6 and stealing another AoE spell, and you just keep throwing them out to kill creep waves. I think the other heroes really need to group and take a tower early, like around this Helm Dom, because you need to drag this out. Creep cutting is one of the best ways to do that. Really difficult to do if all the towers are up. So you got to start taking some towers and open that avenue for yourself.
Yeah, well, they're going to find a kill in the mid lane onto the Jakiro, so that's kind of like you said, holding a tower. They catch like the Jakiro and TP in the sniper, so it works. Like that's exactly what they need to be doing, and keeping that mid tower alive seems to be pretty important. First big fight that we typically see is around the Tormentor, right? Oh, hold that thought as we have a smoke to the top lane looking for the Magnus. His blink is coming out right now. He does connect into the Bramble. There's your Terrorize. And with the Bedlam, should be more than enough. So this is kind of the strength of Dark Willow. If you're alone, if you're out of position, she can kill you, either by herself or with a little bit of help.
Even when she's not connected to the game. Crazy. One strength, or one good thing that happened for the Radiant right there is that Magnus died without the blink being revealed. I don't think they saw the courier. So, as you know, you're thinking like, oh, we should slow down that blink, go gank him. We did it, great. He respawns, immediate smoke gank into a potential blink kill on core heroes. That's what they should be looking for as this Magnus respawns. I imagine TP mid, smoke up, and go. They were trying to get mid earlier. It's already halfway down, so I think that would be fine to just send again. Like, have 3 heroes push it with a smoked Magnus behind, waiting for that blink RP. And if that one, if they don't get contested on that, they just take the tower, then you just move bottom. Look at this Lycan, set up this bottom tower so they can steal the Wisdom Shrine at 14.
Do you think you just like bait with the Jakiro up front again, or like the Muerta up front? Just one of these types of heroes.
Yeah.
And smoked behind.
Luis cooking it up again. Pretend to be up there too far up. Baiting out the RP from the side. And Sniper, later on, you get some repositioning tools. Hurricane Pike, the Shard. In the early game, you got none of that. So as soon as you get skewered, you're kind of done. Especially versus Monkey King, who gets on top of you. Diffusal, not quite done, but pretty close.
For now, this Sven is having a pretty much flawless game, right? Like, he is super farmed for just being 11 and a half minutes into the game, 6,300 net worth, clearing up some stacks with a God Strength as we speak. He's about 290, 300 gold away from his Echo Saber. So that will be done as soon as he picks up that creep camp, basically. So very, very good game for the Sven. And as long as he just keeps getting a little bit of space from his team, which the Diffusal is done on the Monkey King in just a couple gold. So with the Magnus respawning, the Diffusal Monkey King, I think we're going to be, like you said, an immediate smoke into some potential big plays for Gladiator.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Apparently this Lycan just wants to go fast. Maybe he watched Sonic 3 lately. I don't know.
I mean, he's playing Lycan. What's a better go fast hero than Lycan?
Oh, Bloodseeker. That boy is like basically Red Sonic.
Okay, I agree. And you actually have a faster cap than Lycan. But
Yeah.
Lycan can more consistently go fast
That's
and within
true.
his own control than Bloodseeker.
Smoke here on the
Baiting around
bottom side.
Power Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Smoke's gonna pop. I mean, that's not how you want to bait the smoke. Now they know exactly what's going on. The Magnus and the Jakiro are behind
Wrapping
here
around.
looking for something. Ward gets dropped. Yeah, Jakiro's just standing in vision. Instead, there's going to be the skewer back. They get their hands onto the Rubik, but your Jakiro dies. Well,
Some
not an
unfortunate
ideal blink
timing
reveal.
there. Yeah, I think Magnus started to go up the cliff as the supports came down. So you kind of missed the window on that. And they tried to place a ward behind the tower, but I think, like you said, I think Jakiro maybe stepped out too far. It was pinged immediately, so I don't know. They saw something and dewarded it right away.
They saw the Jakiro, and they're just like, hey, there's no way he's here without having put a ward down, right? Like,
Just for fun,
that's
he
what
could
it has
be there.
to be.
Alright, well, he did bait, but it's not quite the result we thought. Still mostly okay. I mean, they had a really big lead, so it could have been a snowball victory. they're still in a comfortable spot at 2K, but you certainly gave some money back over to the Dire. Looks like another move spotted
Another
by the Dark Willow. I feel like they could have done that one though.
Yeah, I think you
They
just
could-
be sitting on the tree there on Monkey King instead of Mischief, right?
That, and even if you get spotted, I feel like Boundless gives enough time for the dead shot and the calling to connect, and then at that point you've got her. She already used it. But maybe you didn't know how many heroes were behind, so you wanted to play it safe. But that's another rotation in a row that is not successful.
And after that, it has really shrunk the gold lead here. Like, the Sven is still having a great game, but it has given a lot of space to the sniper here in the mid lane, who hasn't been pushed out, and it's mostly because that first smoke gang failed, right, where they don't get the RP under the tower. And now we're going to see Lewis Cook get cooked by this Dark Willow. Now they're thinking of going in. Oh, he has the skewer away. Yeah, so unable to really follow this one up. I'll be honest, the supports on Fraud Zoomers are doing the majority of the work right now. Like, this Dark Willow and this Rubik have actually been making a lot of space. That being said, Dark Willow is 100% dead.
Finally found. I agree.
The perfect timed caster curse.
I agree. At the same time, it has to be that way because this is what their core lineup does or doesn't do. Like, they don't do things right now after they lost the lane. So they're required to just do everything. And buy time for Helm of the Overlord, 300 gold away. So not a bad timing, all things considered. Sniper has Maelstrom. Like you said, kind of in recovery mode, which is not ideal. Same with the Morphling. But, I mean, these supports kind of dragged it back down from, what was it, like a 4K net worth for the Gladiators?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, your Sven is farming for sure, but you are dealing with, also some pretty farm-heavy cores on the side of Fraud Zoomers as well. So they're on their way to meeting these big items, which Helm of the Overlord coming out right now. Another smoke attempt. Into the top side.
Charm.
I mean, you have a blink on the Sven as well. Like, this is the absolute best chance you're going to get. Oh, boy. Sven, popped God Strength. The TPs are coming through. I mean, they have to know, right? Like, they're just in full retreat. They see Sven pop God Strength. They don't get anything. And another failed rotation out from the Radiant. So maybe looking mid here, though. Hold up. Jakiro. Taking down the tower. Does get some help here as the blink in. Sven doesn't get the Stormhammer off. He's still under the effect of that. Oh, hold on. Oh, he doesn't get the RP. Great Stormhammer, but a huge Macro Pyre. RP's going to hold him in place, and now it's going to be the Shapeshift coming through from this Lycan. This Ancient creep is actually owning the Prowler, doing so much work. The minus armor constantly applied. There's the silence. He gets himself another kill, as that will further extend the duration. And now Lewis about to get cooked once again. Double kill for this Lycan. And we're at a dead even game now.
Yeah, the supports on the Dire just carried that fight, interrupted the initiation multiple times, lift onto the Sven, Stormhammer, stolen Stormhammer, to then cancel the RP, initially anyways. Buy a lot of time for the rest of the team to show up and start picking off some heroes. So Radiant, despite a good start, they've just not had a good time initiating on anything. I think what was that, 3 attempts now have really fallen flat.
They missed 4 ganks at this point, right? So
I thought the 4th one hit Dark Willow. Or one of them hit Dark Willow.
Yeah, you're right. Technically
That's like
in the river there,
yeah. But that's like, if that's your one success, that doesn't feel very good, because it's a support kill in a location that doesn't really matter that much.
And your Sven's like God Strength didn't really connect with much in this last fight. Like you said, he got interrupted multiple times. But having these like 2 blink heroes, you need to be able to get the initiation on the side of Gladiators. If you don't, and your like blinks or your blink initiation like just puts you in a bad position overall, then you're really going to struggle against heroes like the Lycan and the Morphling and the Sniper, who kind of just get to do whatever they want then.
Yeah. Now, kind of got sidetracked because we're just kind of following around the teams, but something very different from like the pro level play is that Tormentor would already be dead right now. They are making their way over on the Radiant, so it should be theirs, and a hope for Jakiro Shard here.
XD.
Unlucky. But yeah, just kind of wanted to highlight a difference between as we go through these qualifiers. If we want Shopify later, that thing's going to be dead by 16. And it is one of the things. It's the thing about NA qualifiers. It is a place for players to improve and grow, and that's one of the things you would see the difference in, of like prioritizing Tormentor faster.
Or it's like if you're gonna make that like play, like why make that play in the mid lane on Radiant, right? When Tormentor's gonna be bottom, like you'd rather just move your team towards bottom, look for the tier 1 tower here, or force a fight near the Tormentor where you feel like you're gonna have better zone control around that spacing. So yeah, I agree with you completely. They're gonna trade for the top tower for their bottom tower. So overall, a little bit of a gold lead here once again for the Radiant, but that's just all the Tormentor gold, that 2,000 gold. So we'll see.
It's fake because it's on Muerta.
Yeah, and it's on Muerta. Top side, that is a very dead Magnus. Ah, you can do the skewer through Bramble now.
Okay, some Rubik value that I hadn't thought of. You're right.
He's really trying to kill this summon. It has taken him a minute, but he's gonna pop the ultimate here on the Lycan. Try to get aggressive. 9, you need to ult. There's gonna be the really nice ult coming in here from the Sven. Does immediately take down the Rubik. Wukong's command is out, holding the Morphling in place, trying to get away. He's gonna barely make it for now, but the stun comes out, and now in so much trouble, crippled up by the Wolves. Oh, that's a rough fight.
This is the second fight, I think, where I see the Prowler just running in and Dark Willow's with it, and it's so scary. 2 purple heroes, I suppose now the creep counts as a hero too. 2 purple heroes just moving in, doing an insane amount of damage together. And you can't deal with them. The Shadow Realm, or the fact that it's the Helm of the Overlord, so it's really difficult to kill. For Radiant going forward, many of these fights are just way too messy, considering that they have more initiation. They need Magnus to find the fight, and if it doesn't work, you can't force it. Once Sven is farmed enough, he can also force a fight, but he's not at that point yet. Well, he's getting there. He's getting close.
Smoke up from the frauds. You're gonna find the Jakiro here. Dude, these Brambles have been on point from the Dark Willow. Up onto the high ground, finished off by the summons. Monkey King's gonna jump over and get himself an amplify damage. That's actually a really nice pickup. As for the Lycan, he's got an Orchid. So 9, if Lycan's able to get on top of him, can very easily be brought down, right? No longer having the Dispel. And that Pierce the Veil means kind of like a free kill for this Lycan. They are smoked up.
They're a little bit split, though. They will find the Rubik, or maybe not.
There's no... They actually missed every spell. There's no way.
All right, back up, guys. Maybe we can still de-Roche.
I don't know.
If they pop God Strength, they can do it uncontested.
Yeah, they're just going to walk into the Roche pit. Your Magnus needs to be sitting outside, I think. so that you can like RP into your team there in the center if that ends up being a thing. But for now, we'll see 9 really good damage here on the Muerta.
One more.
Just needs one more auto attack, but he hits the Bramble and she will blink away. Wow. Double BKB forced here by the summons of the Lycan as they will get away. The Magnus skewers up to the high ground, so he should be safe as well.
You get the Aegis. Kind of costly though. 2 BKBs and a support for nothing. But we'll see what they can get done with this Aegis. The thing is, the Aegis does not change their issue, which is the initiation has been very, very messy this game. And Aegis doesn't really help you in that at all. So that's kind of my question mark. It still comes down to Magnus or Sven finding the fight first. Maybe that's what the Aegis does. It gives Sven more confidence to initiate, but it'll be without God Strength, and then that's kind of weird. Or it is with God Strength, and then, you know, Aegis is like fake.
I like fake Aegis.
Fake Aegis. Fraud Aegis.
You know what I was expecting today? I was expecting an April Fool's update from Valve. I have not seen one yet from their blog posts, you know?
Yeah. I think they should have had a terrain swap where it just gets inverted and all the water is land and all the land is water. But only visually, of course.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, Slardar God.
Yeah. Slardar has legs for the day.
Mid lane, Wukong's command comes out. The Dark Willow nearly killing the Monkey King and force that BKB into the Ice Path. Dual Breath comes out. Should be able to chain her down long enough. She is so alone, but taking way too long to die. They will finally get it with a Storm Bolt. But a trade in the process.
It was also a core BKB, so kind of a win, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got Wukong's command and BKB.
I still don't think you actually even need those as long as you find the RP. Like, I don't mean to harp on it every single time, but truly, the Dire lineup is weak to being pulled out of position. Specifically the sniper, and once that happens, I feel that Gladiators wins the fight. And as long as you have enough to kill the sniper when he's out of position, which as long as you either have Wukong's or God Strength, I think you do, you can keep looking for a fight. But for now, they're playing it very safe.
Ward immediately dewarded.
Record time on Observer life.
So they do have this ward sentry bottom that will scout out both of these supports. See, this is where if you were looking for a kill right now, your Magnus gets like a 2-hero RP and they are both dead, right? So they're a little bit slow to like these types of rotations. Wukong's command comes out into the Boundless and it misses. So Monkey King does not connect on. It just can't be your Monkey King doing this. Like, it has to be the Magnus.
I feel like we have a rock, paper, scissors this game where the core players on Gladiators, to me, outplayed the core players on Fraud Zoomers. But the supports from Fraud Zoomers are outplaying everyone on the Gladiators and making so much time for their team, even winning some of these fights like on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at the amount of space that they've got. The sniper has been sitting on his jungle for the last 15 minutes. He has not crossed the river once in like 15 minutes. He's just been roaming.
Will be up again soon. Perhaps the cores could make their way across the river to reward some of their supports for their excellent plays with a shard.
Jakiro needs it really badly. That shard is god tier, but unfortunately the first one went to the Muerta.
I'm not sure if it'll matter that much this game.
Oh my goodness. Your smoke didn't pop, Sven. Your smoke didn't pop. That hurts. All right, Aegis expires. Really ends up making that first Aegis not matter at all. They didn't get anything on the map with this. All tier 2 still standing. Ooh, trying to get the Rubik. Not on the money with the skewer back, and that is going to be another macro pyre down.
I think we're at the halfway point in this game. What do you think?
I feel like the frauds are going to win this game in the next 5 minutes.
Oh, that's fast.
I think literally what's going to happen is there's going to be either... Okay, there's two things that are going to happen. Either Radiant actually hits a team fight, and then we're halfway through this game, or another initiation is butchered, and then the frauds win because they
frauds
have
just won.
Yeah, because they'll just have like a 10,000 gold advantage or more, and a Morphling just takes your base.
Okay. Crimson Guard from the Lycan. Do you think he even needs it this game?
Not really, but
Sven is not a hero that you really care about the Crimson Guard. I feel like AC would have been better.
yeah, I 100% agree. I was going to say AC seems like the generally better item, but Crimson Guard at least makes your teammates a little bit tankier.
It's like the Monkey King is the biggest thing. But I feel like Sven especially, and then like even Magnus, and then a Monkey King with the Empower hit too hard compared to the value of Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard's really good versus heroes that hit lightly, but a lot. Illusion heroes especially, ranged carries are like this. Sven is like, oh no, you block 75 damage of my 1,200 crit? Oh no, what do I do?
Tormentor has moved top now, so they missed the window on that. They could look to make a move up there for it. But again, it feels like they're like afraid now, which I don't really blame them because this Morphling is enormous all of a sudden. Like he's neck and neck here with the Sven in terms of net worth. He has a butterfly. You guys don't really have anything at the moment to try and deal with it. And he's just been left alone to do whatever he wants, and yeah, just chipping away at the high ground.
Everyone TP's back for this. In the future, this is where they would need to try to be a little bit more map efficient. It's fine to decide, you know what, this push isn't happening, we should get out, but they lost a lot of map efficiency bringing that many heroes at the same time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Tricore of Fraud Zoomers is just substantially stronger. You have the Aghanim Scepter now on the Magnus. This will help, for sure, in terms of connecting onto some of these kills, but we need to see them actually play together and do that. Bramble very much gives away your ward you have. See if they can deward it. Yep, they will. All right, Overwhelming Blink and a Nullifier picked up on the Radiant here. Now, the Nullifier will help a lot. There's a Ghost Scepter. We've got Force Staffs, Glimmers. So if you can actually get your hands on one of the supports as the Monkey King, you can probably just kill them inside of the Wukongs. So I like the Nullifier pickup quite a bit, but we need to see them start putting these items to use, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, the issue has not been the heroes or the itemization, it's been the execution. So all these items, they're good to have, great tools, still got to use them correctly. So we'll see if, you know, it's been warming up, 30 minutes of warm up, start to feel it in mid to late game.
They really thought that was the real Sven top, but it is not. So what is the game plan here for the frauds? Do they just keep farming? Like, do they have any pressure to do anything anytime soon?
They don't have a clear winning draft in the late game, but well, I'm looking at it, trying to like run it in my head. I actually think it doesn't matter at this point. Going forward, it will just matter what team finds the right fights and executes well, because I think both teams have very good tools into this late game. You got like the outrange of Sniper, the high scaling of Morphling. You've got Wolves to scout things around. Rubik and Darkwill have clearly been playing well the whole time. And there's the greatest steals in the world this game for the Rubik. Every good spell that we could talk about Gladiators having is then available to the Dire. So it really is just who runs into who, and then a click down the base. Both teams will do it very quickly once they win the fight.
All right, smoked up again here. This is the time. You have to connect on this gank. Every single initiation has not connected so far this game. They're going to blink up onto the high ground. Again, not really finding an opening. There's a Rubik hiding in the trees, and they do see him. Sven's going to go in and get the kill. That's a really nice way to start this off, but you lose the Magnus at the beginning of this as well. It's a 2-for-1 to buyback now coming out for the Rubik as well as the Dark Willow, and they've got the Shrine. They're going to just TP right in, as your Monkey King does not last long. And now looking for the Muerta, you have the damage. Summons will continue to finish this job. 3 dead on the Radiant, and, well, I don't think we've seen a single RP this game. We've seen one, actually. I'm wrong.
Wait, can you get this Morphling?
He got him morphing the incorrect way, and now looking for the Lycan, who has no ultimate either. The BKB Godstrength finally coming in hot. Great Fear with the Macropyre trying to finish the job, but he needs some help. He's not going to get it. Finished up on the high ground with the Snipers, just given free reign to do whatever he wants. It's too little, too late for the Radiant, as the Sniper will get himself a double kill. Magnus will be respawning, maybe. He can get something here, but there's no follow-up damage.
Guys, notice how fast that Ice Path came out from Rubik. That's part of the reason why it's one of the best steals in the game. Actually, this is a great showcasing of why it's such a good steal. They don't get the kill, but the BKB is for... Oh, maybe they are going to get the kill. Look how fast it is.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, if Morphling hadn't been killed there at morphing the wrong way, I was about to check the time. I had asked you how long this game's going to go, because that was going to be remarkably accurate. That was
it was almost exactly 5 minutes.
Yeah. They were about to win the fight right in front of the base, and then... You can't get Megas because the mid-tier 2 is up, but you could probably just take this top lane and either take bottom lane at the same time, or even push for the end if you wanted to. Can you find a sniper kill?
Okay, he still gets him.
Well, he might still get it, yeah.
He's under a sentry, luckily, so he does get the kill. Magnus, not again! Just soloed by Dark Willow! This can't keep happening. The Magnus has absolutely been able to do nothing this whole game.
Dark Willow is really catching up on net worth because of his cheese climbing up there. And we talked about it in the draft. The reason this hero is so popular is because of that, literally right there, is that you can do a lot with Dark Willow and a good Bedlam when you find the right targets. And the right target is any target on their own.
And like because they're ward sentry, he finds the Jakiro, yeah.
Actually, 4-staff too far, but should be enough to set up the rest of the team. Rather than a solo kill, it'll be a team effort. Get the creeps involved. Good work, gang.
In the Roche they go. Now, there is a ward and a sentry scouting the Roche pit here. So if your Sven wants to try and make a play with God Strength, you could, but too late, as the Aegis into the hands of the Morphling, the banner for the Lycan. There's 5 Gale Guards or 6 Gale Guards in this game. Is that what I just saw?
There's a lot. Let me... 5 right now, yeah.
All right, Sven just hit his 25, so he gets the God Strength talent, which we already saw him pop the Morphling earlier. Mind you, he did get lucky in terms of the fact that I think the Morphling only evaded 1 attack in that whole thing. So if he happens to roll better RNG and evade like 2 to 3 attacks, like maybe the Morphling doesn't die there.
You got to do it twice this time as well.
Oh my gosh, that is so lucky that the Monkey King gets away. That being said, Monkey does have an MKB now. Did he mean to use that Lotus? Maybe. I don't know.
Keep the inventory clean.
Another potential rotation out here from the Radiant. Do they have any smokes? Muerta is going full carry now, by the way. She is not going the Aghanim Scepter build.
You get the shard, suddenly all the power goes to your head. I'm fine with it. The way the game is going, it's needed. The spells are not connecting. So at this point, you just got to scale past the Morphling, which I kind of joked about it. Muerta carry on paper is one of the best responses to a Muerta or a Morphling carry, but she's just not been very good as a carry. If this game does go late, we passed the 5-minute mark you talked about, so I guess we're looking at the 30 minutes now. You scale up, you do the magic damage, and Morphling's got high armor, but doesn't necessarily have high magic resist, and you can kill him pretty easily if you are farmed enough. Doesn't have the greatest neutral items, though, for the continued scaling. Maybe base attack damage could go up. Magnifying Monocle on Monkey King. I don't think I've seen that. I didn't see what his options are, though, so maybe they were really bad.
It works well with the soldiers, to my knowledge, is the idea, because the soldiers can't take damage.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Right? Isn't that how that works? Like the soldiers get the attack range buff?
I don't think I've noticed it happen, so it makes sense to me on paper.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like all of the soldiers get the 100 attack range. Is the idea. Gets Titanic as well, so decent jungle item for him. It's not the only magnifying monocle, actually. There's one on the Jakiro. And then another one on the Rubik. So lots of cast range. And another one on Muerta. All right, there's 4 magnifying monocles.
It'll help land some spells.
Dire's top tower is under
All right, this is a point right here where you're smoked up. The enemy team was spotted outside here. You should just go for the Blink Horn Toss, I think. I don't think you can afford to play so scared on the Radiant. Like, you've got the Horn Toss, you have the Skewer back, you need to be able to make these plays.
It is tough at this point. Rubik is very good against Magnus because of the instant telekinesis, and part of the value of that magnifying monocle, you can have the cast range plus the blink to react faster than RP can come out if you're really on top of it. So I understand having some trepidation, but you're right that I don't know when you're going to find a better fight at this rate.
Well, they're going to be able to deliver the Dark Willow to their team, but she survives, just Ogre Seals away. She's okay, and now the Rubik does get caught from the dust, but the team needs to do something. They're all just backing away. They're just going to give up 9.
Muerta, not Muerta, Dark Willow's a bait. Actually, it's the same hero, really. You can't go on it because of Ghost Scepter and Shadow Realm. You have to do a wraparound and try to find the backline that is the sniper. If sniper is free to hit while you kill the supports, that's exactly what they want. So that's another fight that doesn't work out for them. And now they're tier 3 under siege. Morphling got killed in the attempt last time.
Yeah, that's a huge bait. There's just no way. They do actually get the
Well,
kill.
the
The
last second
cleave
of
comes
Aegis.
out. Okay, hold on. Like you said, the last second of Aegis. RP's going to come out, but a huge Terrorize connects onto the whole back line. Monkey King with his BKB trying to chase for this Dark Willow. Won't be able to do so. And now, maybe a little bit too far outside of the base. Needs to be careful. Sniper's just plinking him down. In comes the assassinate. No mischief to dodge that one out. So that's a free kill there for the sniper as the Morphling is back onto the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're just going to beat down this barracks.
If you time that a little better, you kill Morphling just as the Aegis expires. I think they were trying, but just got it wrong a little bit. That's got to be one of the closest kills I've seen where I think there was maybe half a second left on that Aegis.
This is the problem with the Mag, like having committed his BKB on that lower area. Speaking of BKB, you don't have one on your Sven. He pops a Satanic, tries to get this Dark Willow, and does, but can he get away? No. Burns to the soul burn of that Orchid.
Haha.
But what I was gonna say with the Magnus is this is a hero like you need to be able to protect your initiation. Like if you have to commit RP or like BKB for the initial like skewer back of like a core hero, I think that's fine. But you're in a situation now where you have nothing available. Your Sven is dead for 70 seconds. Your Monkey King could buy back, but doesn't have the damage.
Morphling also found a shield rune, so he has so much health to work with here. Health and barrier. It's gonna be really hard to kill him, even as Monkey King respawns now. Oh, maybe Fountain can help. Skewer
There's
partial
just no
back.
way. There's no way you
Oh, it
have
doesn't
that
even make
damage.
it
This
back
dude's
in.
got a Daedalus. So I think that's just game. 3 heroes dead, no buyback. Terrorize will catch the Monkey King in the trees. They have no way out of this one, and the frauds will take game number 1, it looks like. Or I guess game number 2, technically. We're going to game 3.
Yeah. We're 1-1 now, going to game 3. That is the second game.
So here's the deal, right? We both saw the lane stage. It was the mid-game, the early mid-game execution, like post lanes, where you get these double blink daggers, that it basically cost them the game, in my eyes, right?
Yeah, I would say the supports on Dire really pulled a lot of weight there to carry through the early game. And eventually, I don't even think they outscale, strictly speaking. I just think we never saw a successful initiation outside of a random gank here and there on a support, which is not... You want those, but that can't be the only thing you find. Every major fight just was a lot of missed spells or getting kited out. So they dragged it out to that point where they could outplay the Radiant.
Yeah, that was very well done from the frauds. I'll give them that. But yeah, in terms of like the execution, I think if Gladiators can tighten it up, I think I could see them very much having the win here in game number 3. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with that game here for Dream League Season 26. Stay tuned. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Are we? We going to a break? We not going to a break? Wait, are we? Okay, hold on. We'll see. Zach, do you want to go to a break?
Go fast. Go. Get...
Yeah, go fast. All right, we'll go to a break. We'll be back with game 3 in just a second, everybody. Stay tuned.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Once was lost.
Oh, welcome back, everybody, here to Dream League Season 26, the North American Closed Qualifiers. We've got 4 Frauds versus Gladiator here, and it's going to be Game 3, technically, as the Frauds took a forfeit in Game 1, but they bounce back, or at least show up for Game 2 and get themselves a win. So we'll see what ends up happening here in Game 3.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they got outplayed on their initiations. I think the support did a great job for Frauds of just really clean spell casting, good counter initiation, right spell steals, like all the boxes checked, wards in the right spot, just allowed them to drag out the game and play really well. And then in the key moments, dodge out the blinks. Some of them just kind of whiffed though. Like sometimes they were caught and then the spells just barely miss. It happens. I mean, it's Dota. We all make these mistakes. But it will literally cost you at the end of the day if you make too many of those. I feel like that's what happened in game number 2. Game 1, game 2. So
Yeah.
going into this, I don't really have draft critiques. In fact, I think Gladiators had a great draft. I think it was a very solid. We could maybe change this Sven to something else, but I didn't really mind, especially with where they ended up picking it. But just the actual execution needs to step up in game 3 if they want to beat their opponents here.
Yeah, if we look about to what happened, right? The first set of smoke ganks all failed. The double blink reveals all failed. And then not only did they fail, but it aligned with the timing of the Helm of the Overlord for the Lycan. And so not only do you overshoot and miss your blink initiation, but then you lose a fight to a Helm of the Overlord Lycan, who then just runs through your team one by one because he's running pack leader, right? And so your team cannot really salvage anything at that point. It turned into like a 4-for-1 plus your tower, and you're suddenly like 6K behind when you were when you started the game 4 to 6K ahead almost. So I think if they set up their team fights and their vision a little bit better, yeah, I think they're in a good spot. But we'll see what happens in the lanes, because maybe it was a wash and they, the frauds like should have a better lane stage, but something weird happened. I'm not really sure.
The first blood, right? That was really well done from Gladiator, grabbing the kill, set up Monkey King on a good start, ends up beating out the sniper, rotated around, like all that was well. The first 10 minutes was really good. Everything after the 10 minutes started to fall apart. So going to the draft, we'll see
10 seconds
what
remaining.
changes. We're gonna get some very different heroes. Lycan is being banned out this time, so is the Muerta. Nature's actually being banned out this time. I think he got completely ignored in the last game, which is wild.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm not even going to try to predict what bans. For these kind of qualifiers, it is often just you do a quick research on your opponents and what heroes they seem to be good at, or what is good versus your draft that you plan on running.
Dire team pick.
AA, okay, that one's actually pretty standard. Morphling banned this early, not very standard, but we saw what happened last game. I'm gonna
Weird, they go for the
steal the
Dark
Dark
Willow.
Willow.
All right. Very unconventional openers. Dark Willow into Rubik. We saw last game Rubik have a pretty good showing, especially when he's able to get things like the Ice Path. But we'll see what happens this game. No Jakiro quite yet revealed. And Dark Willow spells are good enough for the Rubik for sure.
5 seconds.
Yeah, you should go for a different 5. Someone like Silencer would be good. You would interrupt the Rubik spell steal while still being a very strong hero yourself. Someone like Tinker, who the spells function as a combo, so just stealing one is okay, but it's not nearly as good as having the whole toolkit. That is something that you can try to opt for against a Rubik. Someone like Bat Rider, another example. I think I like Silencer the most. Silencer or Tinker. Though if we're talking about the ease of execution, Silencer.
I kind of like Silencer. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't really been seeing a lot of teams experiment with it a little bit more. There's some teams at like the top level that still really like it, but yeah, it's seemingly a good hero, but for me it's like I feel like the lane stage is like decent enough to like pair with some other people.
Yeah, it's solid. And it's good versus a lot of the popular heroes right now. A lot of the high mobile heroes like Ember, Storm, Puck. Some heroes have channeled abilities like Warlock, Crystal Maiden, spell spammers like Bristleback, Tinker. There's a lot of good use cases for it. In this case, you'd be stopping the Rubik from stealing your stuff for a little bit. And then I'm sure... Well, actually, I say that. If we think back to the course, Sniper and Lycan actually don't really care about global all that much, as it so happens. But that was game 2. We're now in game 3. Tusk. You can do a lot with that Tusk hero. Last game, the supports really shined. So I think both Rubik and Tusk are heroes that if you have a high-skilled support player, they can get a lot done with these heroes. So I like the idea behind that.
5 seconds remaining.
It's not bad as a Bedlam save as well.
I think overall, Tusk I've seen as having a decently high impact. With the Rubik pick here, it's probably position 5 Tusk, right? So I think into the lane versus Dark Willow, it might not be too bad. But I'm wondering what you pair it with now, because it's one of those things that, like, into the Dark Willow lane, it's probably fine. But if her Shadow Realm is up, you're going to lose pretty much all of your damage potential if you've popped Tag Team. So you're kind of both waiting for the other person to use their spell. So kind of like a
Mhm.
game of chicken in a way.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
they go for the clockwork on Gladiator, which this is a hero that has
5
really
seconds
fallen off.
remaining.
We do not see nearly as much as we used to. I still think it's an okay laning hero, but because of the nerf to battery assault, it just doesn't farm anymore. And that was one of the things that made Clockwork extremely strong.
Yeah, you can get a lot done with Clockwork. I will say, like, as credit to the hero, he has not been as popular. There's a lot of ranged fives that are quite good, and that's been the meta, especially because a lot of popular carries are melee, like Magnus, PA, Dragonite, Tiny, Monkey King, to name a few. There we go. Maybe carry Tiny. So you've typically wanted a ranged position 5. Technically, you could move Dark Will over to position 5. It probably will just be a clock 5. But as far as double melees go, I think Clockwork is not too bad just because he is
10 seconds.
so strong as long as you isolate the right target. I think it can work.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Okay, we got the Beastmaster, perhaps another Zoo-style draft. We got the Helm of the Dominator, like in last game. Very well could be the Beastmaster off lane here. We have seen some exploration into the mid Beastmasters and the carry Beastmasters. I wouldn't expect to see it nearly as much in this kind of qualifier match.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think that's something that is still very new, that only like pros who have the time to be testing and playing a bunch have really gone that far into it.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's something you'd have to have practiced as a squad, not even just individually.
That's
It
true.
does change the
It's
way
a very
you play
different
the
play
game quite a bit.
style. Yeah, yeah.
Ursa though, grab for
Ursa.
fraud zoomers.
10 seconds remaining.
Generally good against the Tiny. One of the few heroes that isn't affected too
5
much
seconds remaining.
by the innate, because he stacks damage so rapidly that he's gaining more per attack than he's reducing.
You got to be careful of getting burst though. If you don't pop in rage and you get avalanche tossed, into like bedlam and some other kind of spell, maybe a PA crit, you can have some issues. Ursa can eventually build an MKB, but it's usually quite late. It's usually like a 4th item kind of thing, like Battle Fury, Blink, BKB, and then MKB.
Seconds remaining.
So you need one more hero in your final pick to potentially deal with the PA
5
early.
seconds remaining.
Beastmaster with Aghanims actually can bring the damage. Curious which he's going to go for. If he wants to do the Ags build like we're used to, or the Helm Dom buff, tempting enough to make him change the build. This is probably a mid Tiny as well. Mentioned the carry Tiny potential, but with a PA. Probably over to mid, maybe the off lane. But otherwise, a mid pick for fraud zoomers and off lane for gladiators.
Radiant
I'd say some initiation. I was going to say Storm, but his brother Ember would do perfectly fine here. Not a lot of easy chain stuns from gladiators. Like, they have some hook shot, avalanche toss, ramble terrorize, but it's not as straightforward as just like, click my stun, now you click your stun. Like, there is some timing that's a little tricky there that Ember can maybe dodge out of.
Mm-hmm.
Puck could do it as well, though into Tiny is not the best.
Yeah, I'm
What if
trying
you
to think.
husk our Tiny?
remaining.
I mean, I feel like you just have to ban the Monkey
5
King here.
seconds remaining.
Like, Monkey King is pretty dang good against the Tiny lane.
Team pick.
Okay, they banned Dragon Knight.
Mid Dragon Knight?
Radiant
I don't know if that's really a
team
massive concern. Core Phoenix?
What?
Core Phoenix.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go.
Now I feel like I'm definitely... I mean, you just picked Core Phoenix into an Ursa, one of the best egg hitters in the game. You could pick another hero in mid that can also, like, prioritize the egg, but I still just
We should
think
go
Monkey King is
Sniper
good
again?
enough.
I think you could just go Sniper again. It could be off lane Tiny, and then mid Phoenix. I I have no idea who the Phoenix player is here, but if you're a Phoenix player, you'll play it in any role. You're like, yeah, Phoenix carry is really good. You just got to do this. Like, Phoenix players believe in Phoenix in every role. I think Sniper could actually be fine to deal with it. All right, they end up going Ember, which is the playmaker I thought they would need. It is going to be mid Tiny. So then offlane Phoenix with Dark Willow. Okay. You are a good egg killer on Ursa, but the lane will be very rough into
Absolutely.
Fire Spirits, and you have the dive to get away. You can maybe interrupt the dive with the Snowball. It's real tough. Or is this a 5 Rubik, actually? Lift is much easier to interrupt the Snowball, but I think Conan was the 5 last game, so...
I'm curious. I feel like Ursa tag team makes more sense for the lane, right? So...
But if it's into Phoenix Dark Willow, I don't think those are good targets. I think you should swap.
I agree.
I think you should Tusk 4 and
completely agree.
Rubik 5. Even if the players are different, like, just swap lanes.
Yeah,
if
this
Tusk
is the thing
can't
where I
have a
was-
good lane, I think he sucks. He needs to have a good
Yeah.
lane.
it's
Especially
like I said-
5.
Yeah, it's like the game of chicken with the Dark Willow, right? The first person to press their spell loses. So you add the Phoenix on top of it, who's going to just be getting way more value in trades. I completely agree with you. I think you do have to swap the lane. Okay,
Let's go
well,
game 3.
For battle.
it is time for that game 3, the Fraud Zoomers versus Gladiator. We'll see which which team comes out ahead this time. Gladiator was off to a great lane start in game 1, but then really dropped the ball in the mid game. We'll see if they can clean that one up.
Smoke out. Rod Zoomers perhaps going to be the ones to get the first blood this time, but as they move into this bottom lane, there's actually nobody down here. See if they cut through the mid lane. I think that's a little risky to do, though. If you don't find anyone down here, then you should assume they're all over there.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, the smoke's going to expire, so I don't think we're going to see them really get much anything out of this. The ward will be scouted. Ooh, however, it is on the other side, so that sentry does not hit.
They were just a little slow on their smoke over here. You could have maybe placed your observer before your smoke ends. In the end, they do figure out where to put the observer without it being spotted by the enemy observer. Maybe Tiny will buy a sentry himself. They know the observer is there because he did the tower trick, and it's not on the bottom half. Therefore, it must be on the top half. So it should be a pretty guaranteed D-ward if he wants to spend the money on it. It is just painful to have to use your 2 sentries there.
A lot of damage on the Clockwork. Blood grenades being popped. Tries to make it under the tower. He's going to make it, and he does have the cogs to try and trap the Tusk here, and, well, he's going to die in the process. Ends up being first blood, though, for the Rubik. I think overall pretty happy about that trade. And mid lane, the Ember Spirit should crush this lane. I think we've seen this many times, like the Ember into Tiny. It's very much Ember favored. Like, Tiny can secure some CS, but the Ember's harassment is super annoying for him to deal with. And he just has a better attack animation.
True. We did see Senku beat a bad matchup last time, in the lane anyways, Monkey King versus Sniper, but he did have the power of first blood, so may not be the best this time. Was that tank?
Yeah,
tree
who got
stolen?
Did Ember get that? I think Ember got that.
Sure seems like it. I mean, he has 1 tango left to the 2 of Tiny. Top lane, PA usually does quite well versus Beastmasters. So I would expect PA to farm well here, but the support matchup can change this a lot, where the boars are not the easiest for Clockwork to deal with and absorb a lot of his damage. So depending if they can isolate the Rubik a couple times, maybe like this, but yeah, Beastmaster already clearing him a path out of there. It's not going to be the easiest lane for Clockwork.
It's funny. Last game we were talking about how like we didn't have like an April Fool's post from Valve, and then they immediately post details about TI, and my gut was it's got to be an April Fool's post, right? Like it's got to be a meme, and then it's just actual information, and I was shocked.
That's the true April Fool's.
We were the clowns all along. Snowball, bottom lane, looking for the Phoenix. Does have the dive, though, and you're in a really rough position here on the Tusk. Instead, they just dive aggressively. Tag team, though, comes out. Ursa trying to get this Phoenix, bringing him quite low, but the Brambles will protect him, and it's just 2 deaths in this bottom lane. So once again, the Frauds really struggling in the lanes here. Clockwork trying to help bring down this Rubik, gets him low. A dagger is out, just needs one more auto attack. Won't get him thanks to telekinesis. Does he have another dagger? 1 second.
Good tree block.
Wow. I didn't even see that tree, I'll be honest. Okay, there's no way.
Back in, though.
There's no way. I mean, maybe he was trying to bait the PA, thought maybe the Beastmaster would kill her for the greed, but she gets out.
I didn't check the cooldowns. I have a feeling it's like I'm gonna stick my head out, bait with the stick, and then Fade Bolt, get the trade for my Beastmaster, and it's like, oh shit, stick on cooldown. I don't know if that was the case, but maybe that's what happened there. Because he was home free with the Iron Tree vision block. That was really a heads up play.
Ooh, Tusk here in the top lane. Here. Tag team's going to do some good work here, but stuck inside the cogs, can't chase too far. Here comes the snowball. They'll find another kill on the Clockwork. That's going to be very difficult because he TP'd back to the lane, so they're going to actually be able to put a lot of pressure here on this Phantom Assassin. But the trade-off is your Ursa is also really struggling.
Yeah, that play's great, especially because the bottom lane's not been doing well. You try to make something happen top, get that going for you. You are right, though. They are trying to punish him for that. Is this a solo kill? Toss back?
Nah, he's got the toss and bottle. It was a nice plays, though, using the double impact correctly. So just making sure that he's always getting the second sleight of fist attack on the Tiny. A hero with very little armor, so just super valued. That's kind of like one of the main reasons this matchup is Ember favored now. So overall, lanes seem kind of even now with this rotation top really making space for the Beastmaster to farm. Seems to have been going really well, and we saw last game how solid he was on the Lycan, so we'll see if they can translate that here into another game. Now top side getting even more aggressive, but here comes the snowball save, jumps forward with the blink strike, trying to finish off the Rubik and get some. In comes 9 here on the Dark Willow. Needs to bait around these brambles, but I don't know if he can. No, instead, he just needs to get a blink strike away. He's not going to make it. Yeah, still too slow. One more auto attack. If he can connect the dagger to slow. Good body blocks, but there's going to be the axes.
In the recent patch, PA got a nerf to her cast range on Phantom Strike. She has level 2 right now, so it's 750, but there was a little bit of slip up there where PA was trying to jump away and Dark Willow wanted to be at the edge of it, but they were actually short, which I think PA still dies in the end, but that's one of those examples where these kind of nerfs, this is what it affects. These early kills, and you die one more time, whereas otherwise you might live.
That's a big rune steal here for this Tusk. Stealing that regen away from the Tiny, who also just got a solo kill in mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Could be in some trouble here.
Chased for a
Tag
little
team
bit.
coming through. Does he have Avalanche mana? No. I mean, he actually had Soul Ring as well. He might have been able to do it, but instead just going to die here to this Ember Spirit, and 9 has everything available. He should be fine.
Radiant are scanning.
Wisdom Shrines coming up soon.
Tower is is under
Should just
attack.
be a 1-for-1 at this rate.
Dire's
Okay.
top tower is under
Nice find there off of the clockwork and the PA coming over to punish the Rubik, who's dewarding.
Beastmaster has
That being said,
roar.
yeah, it's like he's level 6. He's just going to roar up the clockwork first. Actually, a really good targeting decision. Now turning his attention over to the PA. She needs a blink strike target, but there's none nearby. This is just going to be a strict solo kill for this guy.
Double kill.
That is a BM pause if I've ever seen.
There's no way that's lag. I mean, well done to kill the clock and the PA. That is very...
This
That's
Dire
a good
team is...
call.
Or I'm sorry, this Fraud Zoomers team is on a fast track to the most disliked team in Dota history if they keep this up.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is
Beastmaster having a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
If you're the Dire side, you need to punish this now. Like, you
Dire
started the lane pretty well, but that double, like, just the 2v1 solo kill is incredibly damaging to their start. Like, you've managed to put the Ursa and the Ember on the back foot, but it's the Beastmaster you need to deal with, I think.
is under attack.
Yeah, especially as he's going for the Ags build, which will allow him to continue getting these kills. Ursa, at least,
That's
might
a
be
nice
struggling on the bottom side.
Tiny.
That's a top lane that should have gone better as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely should have. I think I'm trying to recall like exactly what went wrong, but maybe it was just the rotation in from the Tusk that made it really difficult. And the second, like essentially the dieback on the clockwork, which he's dead here again once in the river as the Ember's coming over. In comes the Phoenix. Egg is down. Avalanche toss doing work. They take down 2. Was that a Veil? Did I hear
Yeah,
a
Veil
Veil
from
go off?
Phoenix.
Okay, that'll
Veil
do it.
from
I was
Phoenix
like, that
going
was a
straight
lot
for
of
Shivas.
damage.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a really cool pickup. I mean, it's actually pretty normal for a Phoenix core. You just do so much early magic damage, you amp it up. But the build up into Shivas this game is also quite nice because the armor is very good versus the Ursa. The anti-heal going to be very good versus Beastmaster Ags. Phoenix, not as rich as the Beastmaster, but is doing well for their lane, and that might be some of the saving grace to counter this Beastmaster that is getting out of control and looking for another kill here. Oh, didn't believe in being able to finish that channel, but it might have been a good call because it would have been close with the Hawk.
Yeah. He is just going to kite this one out, though, force the Beastmaster to kind of run in some circles.
They're looking mid. I thought they would try for a toss back, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
we're just waiting things out for the 10-minute rune. I think Ember's gotten the last 2, if I recall.
I mean, this roar, once again, coming out. He's getting damage up, but a lot of it is slowed thanks to these Fire Spirits. The Avalanche toss with the Veil doing work. They finally get the Beastmaster, and this damage from this Phoenix. It's overwhelming. Snowball's going to come through, but this Rubik is dead the second this comes out. Yeah, just burns to the passive here of this Phoenix, and now with this, he is neck and neck in the net worth.
Dude, core Phoenix players, I'm telling you, no one knows what that hero does but the core Phoenix players. So they just
Mid-lane.
take these fights that you think you can handle, and you end up losing your most farmed hero instead.
This is...
Scanning.
I was like, this is an Invis rune here on the Willow, but they're actually just going to go top as another fight here is breaking out. They smoke on over, trying to maybe get to the top side, help out the Phoenix, who does have an egg. You do have Terrorize now. This is a really good position to be approaching from. The Brambles, they do connect. Terrorize only onto the Rubik, but there's going to be your aggressive dive. Walrus punched under the tower, but there's the egg. He doesn't get a Fire Spirit onto the Beastmaster and just dies. Oh, no, not paying attention to your positioning. It's going to cost you 3 instead.
I can't believe the Tusk Punch manages to connect there. That's actually so hard to do versus a diving Phoenix. But of course, once you land it, interrupts the dive, forces the egg in a bad spot, and I guess he didn't have any more fire spirits left, or panicked on the egg, and didn't blow the attack speed, so you just die under tower. Otherwise, that could have been a good gank. You didn't have the hook shot on Clockwork, though, so it was really hard to set up.
Your Clockwork still not level 6 is really costly in this game. Mid lane, the Tusk actually going to roll in, able to juke out these brambles. So nice position, or nice movement from him. All right, where are we on this battle? Fury? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say I thought Beastmaster was gonna get way more out of control this game. He is still very rich, but the net worths are pretty even, and I think to some degree you'll have the tools to address the Beastmaster. The Aghanims is just finishing, but the Shivas is just about to finish as well. So it again comes down to the execution and how you approach these fights. If Beastmaster is getting solo roars, of course he's gonna do well, but if you bring the heroes to punish him with the Shivas, you can kill him a couple times, and those are going to be very valuable kills considering he's 7,500 at 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
The other thing that is a big win for the Dire is that the Beastmaster has not taken this tower. Normally when a Beastmaster is balling out of control this hard, he bulldozes through the tower at like 8 minutes into the game, and then you lose a lot of that control on the top side of the map. And that just never happened, so that is a blessing for sure for the Dire. Now, bottom side here, they're trying to get a grab here onto the Phoenix, but actually, or onto the Phoenix, onto the Phantom Assassin. Snowball can save him. Really nice shard usage there to actually dodge out 9. Terrorize, not going to be in time. Just gets baited out, but here comes Tiny. They have a remnant to safety. They do. Shivas comes out. Snowball will be on to the Phoenix, as there's no way that the Tusk survives this one. So we'll just end up being a 1-for-1 trade. You do have hook shot. If they see the Rubik, they could go for him here. There it is. Nice hook shot in. Pulls him inside of the cogs. Tries to toss him away, but doesn't really get him too far at all. This will be another pickoff.
Some early successes from Gladiators. A lot more encouraging than last game where they were missing many of these ganks.
Yeah, I agree. You have to be careful on the mid lane Phoenix here. You do have the egg, but if you get caught from like a roar, they might be able to burst you. Now, Beastmaster, of course, is top, but they don't necessarily know that.
All right, Clockwork warded in front of Ursa, so gets dewarded instantly.
That's one thing I will say about this game and last game is that the warding from the supports on the frauds was definitely better. Jump in, nice dive, giving vision here of this Rubik. You're just going to burn him down here. Plenty of damage. That last Fire Spirit almost enough to get the kill. The jump in, though, from a hasted Tiny trying to find this Rubik. They have to have a flare. They don't have flare. All right, they're going to find him now. Cogs are out. They will get the kill here with the Phoenix and Nate. Toss will send Beastmaster in really deep. There's the egg. He's got a roar. Holding off on using it for now, but the Avalanche will hold him in place long enough. The Shiva's proc is out. Tiny does not have the damage. The Sunray on the money to at least finish the kill there and a dive away from Phoenix. So a very long engagement in the bottom lane. I think still ends up going in favor of the Dire.
I think it's worth it, especially with the Beastmaster kill, since he's worth so much money this game.
Yeah.
And the longer you drag this game out, I think PA does outscale. I think she's the best carry in this game right now. So when you take these back and forth fights, like, you're happy with that. You're going to get to the late game. You're going to get these hopefully lucky crits, because he actually did go sweet release instead of methodical. So there is a chance for multiple big crits in a row.
I literally didn't even notice that, I'll be honest. Sweet release is a very weird facet, because I feel like it's good, but I don't know how it affects your farm speed, because that's the one thing that, in my eyes, is one of the other reasons Methodical is very good, is your guaranteed crits helps you farm creep camps, especially since they're larger crits.
Does Sweet Release not work on creeps? Because I definitely thought it did.
It does.
I thought it would be
It's
good
just,
for farming speed.
yeah, it definitely does work on creeps, but I just don't know how many daggers you actually, throw onto creeps, is the thing.
Hopefully one, and it just bounces from creep to creep, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought it would be good, but you're right. I haven't seen it too much. Mid, there
Did they
is
get the
no
kill onto the
egg
Phoenix
this
first?
time.
Okay, there is no egg. You're right. It was actually a few seconds off of cooldown, and with this, it's going to be 3 dead in the mid lane. Well, Phantom Assassin coming in, going to try and find a cleanup here. Takes down Tusk. Ember Spirit does have 1 remnant away. Dagger. The Sweet Release. Where is it? It gets dodged. Almost gets the kill. Tiny can't find his hands on him either, and the Ursa will just rip through this hero. That is a full team wipe for the Frauds.
Is under attack.
This goes back a little bit to last game's teamfight executions, where you're going just a little bit too soon and there's no egg. With egg, that's a totally different fight. Phoenix is the strongest hero for her team right now, and just not having the egg means you can't really take these big team fights. Now, maybe they didn't expect to take a big team fight, but then you can't be in front of their tier 2, right? That's where they're going to fight you. So a bit of a misstep from them, and it might cost them Roche. Tormentor currently ignored again this game, but Ags, Beastmaster, and Ursa, classic Roshing heroes. Also very good at doing a Tormentor.
You were 5 seconds off of level 2 egg, right? There's just no way you go for this fight without that spell at all. So I agree with you. It's very reminiscent of last game, where just maybe some of the decision making in that early mid game is a little bit off. But they're gonna look for the Tusk here. Dive in, Avalanche, Bedlam, a lot of damage. Actually, is that a stolen Avalanche from the Rubik? That also looked like a lot of damage. Hook shot in. They're looking at the Ursa, but he will just clean up a cogs and walk away, popping the Enrage.
No blink on the Tiny for the follow-up Avalanche toss.
Tiny's in really far right now. Okay,
Ursa's
never
the
mind.
one. Okay, never mind. Turns around. I thought Ursa going back in after already using Enrage could be bad, but looks like it'll be the Gladiators maybe heading to the Tormentor first again. Shard this game is pretty good on Dark Willow and solid on Clockwork. The Jetpack is really good vision in a fight.
And he can get out of like ice shards and stuff too, right? If he happens to get trapped there, he could always just use the jetpack as an escape without having to commit like a force staff. Now that being said, your Phoenix might not be able to stick around for this one. Yeah, he needs to dive away. Tiny will help finish it off though. Goes to 9. This is the better of the two, in my opinion.
Yeah, you get more brambles on the ground. Granted, if you're enraging and running through them, it doesn't matter too much, but
don't look at the skill build. Yeah, it's 4-4-0. No point cursed crown.
All right,
there
Cursed
is
Crown point
no
coming
shot.
up. I'll tell you what. Usually one value
really
point is the way to go, at least. Maybe some of the ideas versus the Tusk, there would be snowball saves, but even then I think 1 point is usually worth it. Well, 1 point going to be coming up at level 10 now that you have the Shard.
Well, they got the Tusk this time. Does have a snowball. Trying to get outside of the cogs, will be able to. This is, again, like, I think if they're going to go for these plays, you just need to be a little bit more cohesive. Like, that should be a dead Tusk in the grand scheme of things. Like, Tiny should be relatively close to Avatos follow this up. But it seems like there's not a lot of communication between the supports and the cores, like, in terms of the playmaking.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing. You know, like in a qualifier, there's a very real chance these players just recently came together for the qualifier. That's how NA qualifiers
100%.
go. So the synergy and the quick communication is something that will be lacking when you move from a pub environment to a team environment. And sometimes it's not so clear to see, but it's these little moments where you're hookshotting in, but it's just a little too far for the Tiny. Or the cooldown is just a moment too soon, and you have to actually wait for an extra second, even though you have the opportunity now. These are the things that take some time playing together to really nail down. Clockwork. Gonna be dead here. It looks like Fraud Zoomer's having a little bit better of a time in terms of coordinating, which is carrying over from last game as well, it seems.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're finally pushing a slight net worth advantage here on the Radiant. They get the tier 1 bottom. They have this Aegis. It's actually on the Ursa, which is a little bit surprising. I think a lot of times we see first Aegis go to Beastmasters because they're the ones that typically play really aggressive.
Agreed.
Now they're trying to hunt the Ember Spirit here. Hookshot off the mark, and he's out.
Radiant's top tower is under
That one's a
attack.
very tough kill. Even if you avalanche toss, you don't really have a bunch of follow-up to get the rest of the kill.
You need to commit the kill
Rubik?
onto the Rubik, but he had Shadow Realm. Now there's going to be the egg out. The BKBs come through, and that egg is going to die.
Is under attack.
Wow. They're really struggling now on the Dire. Now Tusk is in really far. Should be a free kill here for the Phantom Assassin, as the Ember Spirit cannot connect on the Slight Chains. Do have Avalanche and Toss. The blink on in from the Beastmaster should help finish up the Clockwork. Oh, really well used Force Staff. That was such sick positioning.
I can't believe he got out of that. Oh, at Tiny going back in?
Yeah, well,
he doesn't have the
Whip Bump.
Aegis.
That's a roar, but can you actually get out of here? The Searing Chains will hold down this Phantom Assassin, and she's dead. Hookshot once again comes over with the Beastmaster. He's got those drums going, and now 9 is dead again.
Oh, fast blink out. I really don't think you have to take that fight at all. The last second telekinesis. Should be dead Tiny in a moment. It might take a little bit, but Ursa's on the way.
Gets the creep wave, I guess. You know, that's something. Or almost the full creep wave.
Yeah, I really don't think you have to fight there. The Aegis still had a good amount of time on it, so it's not even like you're catching him off guard on that. You almost killed the Beastmaster. Even if you do, it would cost you your PA. I think you should have just avoided it, and then BKB is almost, I say almost, you know, like 1,000 gold from the PA, but like you just avoid the rest of the Aegis, you finish that, and then you're so much stronger with it.
This is where, like, the Phantom Assassin's facet choice is kind of weird. Because, like, that Beastmaster might actually die with a higher percentage methodical crit as opposed to the dagger.
Still level 9. Oh no, we still don't have Cursed Crown. I just realized. Come farm ancient camps with me. Get him level
Please
9.
don't
Okay,
choose
we
your
got it.
Talent. Please don't choose your talent.
You gotta take Cursed Crown. You gotta.
Are scanning.
Okay, there we go. Smoke up here from the frauds. Now they're gonna
run
right
into
into the
Phoenix.
Yeah, Snowball out. Does have a Yule's, but Walrus Punch is there. No way to survive this one with the Orchid. And your one hero that was having a good game has really fallen off now. And that's where, like, picking this Phoenix into the Ursa just feels really strange. Especially if you want it to be a core Phoenix, right? Like, once Ursa has BKB, he's killing that egg.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's true. I do think we also see or saw some of the reason they did it.
Dire's middle
Because
tower is under
most heroes don't counter another for the entire game, right? There's like an ebb and flow. And we saw the Phoenix kind of dumpstered this Ursa in the lane. And if I look at the matchups, I actually think the top lane should have been similar, where PA Clockwork should have done very well versus the Beastmaster
Dire's top tower.
Rubik. And then mid, it would have been tougher, but Tiny just gets to a blink, and then you're initiating mid with 2 winning side lanes. And then I could see you pushing a tempo where you win the game, and you know, you don't have to worry about that late game counter. instead, you know, the lanes have not gone well, and now you're getting pickoffs left and right on, you know, heroes like this Tiny, and we do have the Ursa now online with a BKB who can just kill the Phoenix. And so we've missed the window, and now it looks obvious, like, well, why'd you pick the Phoenix? But I think they had a strategy, and unfortunately just did not have a good enough early game to do it.
That was definitely a freebie. The Rubik just wanted to, I guess, mess with the Dark Willow there a little bit, but he is so alone on the dark side of the map, so ends up going down there.
From here, an 8K lead. I think we should just enter this cycle where Fraud Zoomers should go get the Tormentor when that one's up, and then get the Roche, and then you can try to push with that. Banner, your high ground is not the greatest from Fraud Zoomers, so the banner will really help you break the final high ground. And you just kind of hold the map until that moment. Roshan is close to spawning, so they might prioritize it first, since they're struggling a little bit, but I think Gladiators could do Roche if you leave them to it.
Phoenix is the unfortunate sacrifice here once again for the Dire.
Just holding the map, waiting for Roche, probably stick a boar in it to just watch for the respawn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. And it's off. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Dire's middle tower
I thought Tusk would just go for that, and then I just realized Tusk has built a pipe. No blinks, just straight pipe. Building the auras for his team, since Beastmaster, having a strong start, often does go greedy items. Pipe, very good versus Phoenix, Tiny, Dark Willow, so it is very value, but it does mean you lose out on some opportunities like that, where you don't have the blink initiation. Oh, also his Knight. Maybe you didn't see him. I sometimes forget watching from our all-viewing perspective.
All right, so we're approaching the 30-minute mark. It's an 11,000 gold lead here for the Frauds. Roche could respawn any minute. They should be able to take it fairly easily. But as we see them once again, looking for pickoffs here. They do get another ward up onto their own high ground, but they really want the Phoenix to jump in. Here comes the Yules to buy him some space. An immediate egg. Hookshot is through. The Cogs, decent job at protecting it, but they finish it off in time. They do not. The best start that they've gotten on this fight. The question is, can they turn it into anything? The Toss trying to keep the Phantom Assassin alive. There's going to be the Roar, and the Beastmaster is just making quick work of the rest of these heroes. It's going to be a full team wipe as the Frauds will look to just end the game now.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Ursa did die, but Beastmaster is actually a better tower taker than the Ursa, so that might be perfectly fine. You save the egg for a moment. You had to commit so much. Everyone clumped up. You get the Lucky Basher, but it just frees up the Beastmaster to get the perfect roar, get all the AoE damage in. So sure, the egg goes off, you kill the Ursa, but everything was committed for it, and you clean up the team fight. Clean up the top lane, because here comes the next set of creeps. You want to play it safe, you could fall back for Roche. Actually, I guess you have to, because they actually never took the tier 2 mid and bottom. All right, they'll just take the top lane, go get Roche, and then siege up the bottom half of the map.
I mean, maybe they just fake back here and look for pickoffs. Like, they're just taking away more vision. But they're actually looking for something here potentially on the Clockwork. Tiny's going to go in, takes the shield rune. I don't know if that's going to be worth it, my guy. That is a lot of damage being dealt back your way. Shield rune's already gone. The Bloodthorn is now out. In comes the Clockwork and the Phoenix, but they're just going to turn for more. 2 more kills. Oh.
Ooh. I actually got kicked from the lobby. Too unpaused.
Okay, yeah. 2 others got kicked.
Yeah, server issues perhaps.
Awkward. So I guess we can break down the current state of the fight. You don't have an egg. Your tiny Clockwork is dead. You might get the Beastmaster here thanks to the BKB on the Phantom Assassin, but I'm really afraid for this Phantom Assassin the second this Ursa decides to join the fight.
She doesn't have methodical, so there is a chance of multiple crits. Actually, they did get him, but can you now get out? Actually, yeah, you leave the Dark Willow. Oh, wait, Rubik's chasing for more. One more Flame Remnant? Maybe doesn't have any more. Oh, yeah, he's out of charges. All right, a little bit of a messier fight. Beastmaster kill is almost break even, honestly, for the Gladiators, but it does cost them the Roche now, which this one does have the banner. So from here, you should take both tier 2s and then just drop the banner to Siege, whichever lane you want.
Yeah, I like that Ember's going mid. I think the Ursa should push the bottom lane right now. It's in a fairly safe position, and you want to be able to, like you said, kind of push both lanes or push these tier 2s. You really need to control the triangle area. So as long as you're having both these lanes like pushed in or cut, which should be a pretty easy task for your team, you can protect the triangle, hold any vision, prevent vision from being placed, which, you know, funny enough, was somehow placed by the Clockwork. He just smokes up, drops a ward onto the high ground.
One of the tier 2s. I agree with you that you probably could have pushed both at the same time, but you got plenty of Aegis time, so if you want to play it safe, do one, then the other. I think it's fine. Beastmaster, trying to rapidly finish a refresher. He's still like 2,000-ish gold away, I think, so it might take a while. I don't know if you need to wait for it on this push.
Nah, I think it's fine if you wait for him to grab it. Like, it won't take him that long.
He is farming very fast.
Yeah. And it's like you got the tier 2s. That was what you wanted. So I think at this point, you have a couple new items coming out. One for the Ember Spirit. You're waiting on that refresher. I think the Ursa is almost done with his Abyssal. So it's like, just get those items before going high ground. You've still got 3 minutes on the Aegis. Yeah, there's the Shiva's Guard. It's like, why risk it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, did I say 2,000 gold? No, my math was way off. Yeah, he's pretty close to having it. He should have it with one more series of camps. If they give him this triangle farm, he'll have it.
He had the recipe already, I think, right? In his inventory?
Yeah, the recipe's only 200 now. I forget. In my mind, it was like, oh, the recipe was a lot of money, so he still needs a lot more to finish the rest, but it's just dirt cheap, so he's already got it.
So what can the Dire team do at this point to try and get back into this game? Because we did talk about like PA going late game, seemingly always one of the strongest heroes, but I don't feel like she can do it alone, and your Tiny and your Phoenix are struggling.
Well, PA is about 1,000 gold off from a Divine Rapier, so you're buying time for that. And to buy time, you just got to keep creep cutting.
Oh,
so I actually think
that's just a BKB roar.
All right.
Well,
no further no further motions to be made. Rest my case, Your Honor.
Well, GGs are out, and that is it. The Frauds will take the series 2-1, and they'll move on to round 2 in these upper brackets qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm going to assume their opponents are going to be wild card later on. Um, yeah, good performance, especially from the supports. Shout out to the supports from Fraud Zoomers. I think they played really well, and then the team around that space made from the supports came together, and they just landed their spells, did their job. I think gladiators, if they want to keep playing together, um, the drafts. I'm open to it. I can see some of the drafts. I think just some of the execution needs work. I don't know how recently this team came together, but that'd be something to practice. Better, maybe shot calling. Maybe someone needs to step up in that department. Maybe there's too many shot callers and you need to simplify it, like go when I say go, because, whatever. If too many people are calling it, something's messing up. But I feel like both these games were decided by just not being able to connect on the plays.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with this one, like, their lane stage seems good enough, right? Like, I feel like they're okay in the lane stage on Gladiator, but that's not the only thing that matters in Dota. Like, Dota's a very long game, and getting yourself off to a good starting lanes is definitely important. That's like the NA Classic. We are a lane stage region, but post lane stage, you got to tighten some things up, like you said. But you are correct. The team that Fraud Zoomers will be playing is, in fact, Wild Card. The other series was a double forfeit again, since the other team did not show up. The Wild Card just auto-advanced to round 2. Now, we're going to be back in about an hour and a half with, hopefully, our first series with Shopify, which is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus White Ice in the upper bracket semifinals. And then the other upper bracket semifinals is going to be Fraud Zoomers versus Wildcard. So those are going to be happening on the 2 North American qualifier streams in about 90 minutes. So we're going to go to a short break, or I guess a break until then. So stay tuned, everybody, for more on Dream League Season 26. Make sure to be watching the other qualifiers. I know South America is going on right now as well, if you guys want to watch that region, which is super exciting. So feel free to do that. Until then, stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed.
mamma mia si salterà. L'ore bella bella non so che tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ore bella bella non so che tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua. Un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny bows of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grindy, watched her body floating down by the bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grindy, for with the fiddle came riding by the bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grindy, made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grindy, made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding, sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the Bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny bows of London.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in his beak shelan.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, yes, it stopped short, never to go again. When the old man died.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne.
these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love.
a fond kiss, and then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had two horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace,
L'ore bella bella zore tiene buon tira. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ore bella bella zore tiene buon tira. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Festa in danza quando donna mia la ride un verso bello giocondo ciascuna cocchierà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. It's been a odd day so far here for the North American Closed Qualifiers, but we may hopefully have a final series to wrap things up. My name is Cryptic, here with ZQuixotics, and, well, we got Shopify taking on White Ice, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes. On paper. We'll see. We'll see. Game time's coming close. Get the people in here.
Yeah, hopefully they make it in time. You know, we're still waiting on a few players, but I mean, these guys have had hours to make it, you know, to show up. They showed up to their first series today. So, assuming, you know, something weird didn't happen, they should be able to make it in time here today. And they've still got a few minutes, so I'm not too worried. I think this is going to be an actual series that we get to see. And I'm excited to see Shopify, right? Like a team that has kind of just vanished from relevancy over the last year. Now, not because of, you know, the player particular skill, but just the NA region mostly being dead. And then there just not being a lot of like competition or events that they can actually participate in. So I would like to see this team show up and do some good Dota today.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are curious. The new, it's been a little bit at this point since Bakaz joined as the offlaner, but how well will that do? In NA, pretty well. But the international stage, you know, that's the bigger question. So I'd say most people would expect heavy favorites for Shopify going into this. I'm curious what heroes they want to grab. 7.38C, you know, some buffs here and there. Zoo style could be something they go for, even though, well, Lycan carry was a thing. So I could see them playing around Lycan where it's already something, you know, Bakaz might be somewhat comfortable with compared to maybe some of the other offlaners. I'm sure he's been hard at work adding heroes to the pool. But if you can line up heroes who used to play a lot as a carry, that just seems the easiest, right? And their previous style was to play pretty fast on Shopify, strong lanes into some pretty tempo gameplay. And there were moments it looked really good at the previous roster. So I don't know if they would, you know, cook up a whole new style just because they changed one player. I feel like that's still what we're going to get. But until we actually see them play with an opponent of full 5 players, we may never know.
Well, hopefully. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, this is a team that I don't think you and I have really seen at all in the last, like, several months, right? Like, I think they haven't qualified for or played in, like, several events. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to bring to the table today. I know it's a very talented group of players. I hope it's fun. I could see Bakaz doing this offlane Medusa. It just seems like something he would enjoy. And it kind of, to me, makes sense for Shopify in general. Like, this is a team that loves to play for the lanes. I think NA in general, like the North American region, has historically been the region that focused on lanes more than anything else. And it kind of pushed a lot of other regions to start putting more emphasis on their lanes, because that is how, like, NA you know, kind of forced other teams would just lose because they would get completely rolled over in lanes, and then, you know, they would end the game at 20 minutes. But that is like the play style that they're known for, right? Especially with these players that are all extremely skilled in the lanes. We'll see what happens. You know, it looks like we do actually have all players from both teams in the lobby. We have a series on our hands, finally.
Yeah. I'm ready for it. We've been waiting for some Dota today. So, yeah. What will Shopify bring? I do think going forward, laning and all is great, but the following steps matter a lot. There's a lot of early objectives now: Tormentor, Wisdom Shrines, Power Runes, Roshan. Not all of them are new, but the highest level teams, they're very quick about going from objective to objective to objective. And that's where, sure, you might win the laning stage, but if you don't capitalize on that, if you don't make the quick plays, you will give back the lead to your opponents, and then they'll end up in control of the game, which has been some of the struggles, I feel, for Shopify when they did make it to the international stage. Like you said, decent showings in the laning stage, and then just kind of getting outmaneuvered by other teams. So easier just said than done to fix that. But that's what I hope to see here in these qualifiers. Shopify, I would guess, should be guaranteed good starts. It's difficult to imagine another qualifier team besides Wildcard being able to roughly compete on the laning stage. For White Ice, do your best there. But then I think you have to really look to outfight your way back into this, right? Get to the Tormentors fast, set up good vision, find the right pickoffs. That would be what I'm looking for White Ice to have a chance against Shopify.
Yeah, I like that. We saw in our last game, right? Like even though our last series, even if you have like a really good start, like the mid game execution really does reign supreme. So, the fraud zoomers, like they really struggled in their lane stage. They kind of got bodied in all three of their lanes, both games, but then we're really good at either controlling the map and like delaying things to when they hit their power spikes, or just finding the right initiations and at the same time preventing the other team from getting the right initiations. And if you can do that, I mean, you can definitely take down some of these juggernaut teams. Requires a little bit of experience, a little bit more cohesion. So we'll see if these teams can bring that to the table. But I'm with you. I think even if they are the underdogs, I could see Shopify like slipping up and maybe dropping a series when they're not expected to.
We'll see. I can't say I know this team, White Ice and the players. I am not familiar with them, so maybe they've been cooking up some cool strats. I do think that's the advantage the other teams have in NA, where we only have, Shopify, Wildcard right now. There's usually only 2 or 3 teams near the top, and they're relatively well known. But all the other teams, not so well known. So what's your specialty? What crazy strats are you going to bring? That is what you got to take as an underdog, unknown team, less experience versus the top dog, right? You got to hit them fast with something unexpected, surprise them, maybe while they're underestimating you. And then, like you said, I think you can take a game, maybe even the series off of it. The tough part is that this is double bracket, right? So Shopify would not make that same mistake again, and you'll be tested again as you eventually face them again. Or wild card, like whoever you ended up facing, like you gotta beat these 2 teams is the end goal for any other team in the qualifier.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just very rare, right? A lot of times when it comes to best of threes, like generally the more experienced and more skilled teams should come out ahead, but they could easily drop a game here or there if they get caught off guard. But it is less likely to happen in best of 3. It's definitely less likely to happen in double elim. So we'll see what happens. I think for the most part, we all kind of expect to see Wildcard and Shopify in the grand finals. I don't really think that's too much of a shock to anybody. So chances are they will both advance here to upper bracket finals. We'll see kind of like a preview of what to expect in the best of 5 grand finals. But I at least want competitive games. I want things to be somewhat exciting. If Shopify can make a 20-minute stomp exciting, then I'm also down for that. If they come out swinging and just like put them to the curb, then, I don't mind that either, as long as they do it in a really interesting fashion. But yeah, I want something exciting. I don't want boring games.
I mean, for an NA fan, reality is, if we want an NA team, if we want Shopify to do more than just qualify to Dream League and you want them to perform well, these need to be stomps. These need to be like 20 to 30-minute wins. It depends on the draft exactly, but you got to be able to stomp your way through the qualifier to show like you're a dominant team that's going to compete with these international teams that are at the top of their game. And I feel like if you bring any of those teams over here, they're going to crush these matches. So if you're a Shopify fan, I think that's what you should be hoping to see. It may not be the most exciting Dota. High skill, well executed Dota often is not that interesting to viewers, but it is a testament to how good you are at the game, where you just like bam, 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 hit all the boxes, go from objective to objective, kill to kill, super fast. Leads to a stomp, but it shows you are really on top of everything going on.
Yeah. So I'm happy to say a game is finally starting on time. Well, kind of on time. You know,
within the time frame.
We're 6 minutes behind already, but you know, it's better than the 30 minutes we just stood around and waited for our first series. So already about a positive change. But yeah, we're gonna have a draft now between Shopify and White Ice about to begin. So let's just hop in there and see what's going on.
Dire team ban.
Darkseer, one of the top offlaners. Pretty good versus Natures. Shopify has first pick. Pretty confident they'll just take Natures if you don't ban it out. So it's got to be one of the first 4 bans by White Ice, in my opinion. Dragon Knight is another one I feel like Shopify used to play a lot. I'm not sure if that's still the case since it's been a little bit since we've seen them play, but I think taking it out, it's flexible for both Tomato and Yopaj.
Dire team ban. Radiant
Interesting. Start with the Enigma ban. Maybe it's something Picaz has been playing a lot as
10 seconds.
expanding his offlane hero pool. Support Enigma is not too much of a thing right now. Is there I guess a lot of the melee carries don't like playing versus Enigma, but it's not a ban we see this early. These are actually very unconventional bans. This Earthshaker, Tiny, yeah, Nature's Prophet first pick incoming.
I feel like it has to be, right? There's no way that you just leave this to Shopify, right? Like Tomato, Nature's Prophet,
Terrorblade, PA, like ban one of those, take Nature's or
And
Magnus.
Terrorblade.
Like there's actually so many top heroes because there's some unconventional bans here. So really any of these I guess are fine depending how they want to go about it. It's actually a TA ban instead.
Phantom Assassin.
And they will take the Phantom Assassin instead.
Sure.
All right, you know, that's an option. We'll see what they want to do on White Ice.
Yeah, I think the idea was that because the bans were unconventional, Nature's, PA, or Terrorblade would have been a reasonable pick versus the Natures, but you can't ban both. So PA, take out the TA, she is actually arguably the best left with fewest counter picks. Terrorblade's not bad, but I think you can play around it.
Okay, Warlock ban into the, or I'm sorry, Magnus ban into the Warlock. This tells me it's definitely a safe lane Terrorblade with the Warlock. Like that is like your sustain for this hero. He might go Soul Fragment if that's the case, and we're gonna see a Tinker. So they're like, all right, we'll match your defensive support and play for kind of a farming game. And they go with Tinker, which I actually like quite a bit. And the Ringmaster.
Ooh, okay. He's a relatively new hero, so I'm always excited to see him enter the games, see if there's any like cool tricks someone has found, which Hellscream is a very creative player. He likes the unconventional stuff. He likes exploring new things based on what we've seen from him. So I'm sure he's been practicing up the Ringmaster. Excited to see if he's got any fun tricks for us. He will probably take the Carney Classics, but I've been on the lookout for seeing if anyone wants to try the what are they called? The Sinister Souvenir. What's the other one? Immediately forgotten.
Are you talking about the new facet?
Yeah, what's the other one?
It's the Carney Classics and Sideshow Secrets.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. that Sideshow Secrets, I feel like has a lot of utility for a pro level game with a lot of communication, where you can like scan certain areas, see the rotations, unicycle to the power runes, things that are harder to pull off in pub games. But I don't know if it's worth it. The others, especially the Strongman Tonic, is just so good.
That's what I was gonna say. Strongman Tonic might just be too good to give up compared to anything else. I do think the Pie is potentially as good as Strongman, but the thing is that is an offensive choice versus a defensive choice. And I think a lot of times with Ringmaster, you'd prefer the defensive because he already has a lot of offensive tools.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Strongman you could use either way as well, right? Like if you want to play offensive with it, you could. Weighted Pie, is that what it's called? I think it's harder to get the thing like what you want because it's a pushback. I was thinking Ringmaster 5 who gets into the laning stage could maybe, you step up too far, get knocked under tower and you're slowed by 45, but it's hard to orchestrate that. You have to get a kill, you have to be position 5 Ringmaster, which this looks like position 4, and they have to step too far. It's like it's so much more orchestrated than, oh, go fight that guy and I'll throw Strongman Tonic on you. It's so easy to do that. Some other picks we got coming out. So we had the Wind Ranger. She got a damage buff, so we're seeing her a little bit more as a position 4. I don't know if I fully see the value in this game, like what they're trying to counterpick with it, besides the value of just what she typically brings, which is a lot of harass in the lane. I guess some scouting with her power shot to find Tinker in the back line could be good.
Maybe the Gale. That's the only other thing I can think of, right? Is Gale does put Tinker in a weird spot because he's just channeling a lot on the backside. Yeah. So maybe you Gale and it like prevents him from rearming, but I don't know if Kill Shot goes through the escape act.
Ooh,
that's like a weird one. Maybe it does because it's technically just like an AoE spell. But you can move around during Escape Act is the thing. So it's not like it's super easy to hit.
I'll tell you what. Upheaval and Gale, impossible to escape by walking out.
True.
There we go. That's the combo.
The Quap into Puck, though, is interesting. Or I guess the Puck, like Quap picked, response being Puck. Very good matchup for the Puck, traditionally, right?
Yeah. Yopa should be set up for a great game. These supports, relatively squishy, don't like dealing with the silences, so should have a good time. It can also get active early to slow down the Terrorblade carry. So if you want to pivot it to the off lane, now is the time. But I think setting up the Gale Force and Upheaval could be a way to try to give your carry Terrorblade a better game, because you don't want to pop meta and then everyone gets away. So maybe Gale Force could be one of the ways you keep Terrorblade at the edge of the fight, but not so far back that the heroes are just avoiding Metamorphosis. And you're literally pulling them into him to auto attack.
I also really like the synergy of Ringmaster Puck. The fact that you can fear them to break coil is kind of a neat little
that's a good one
trick. Normally we see like the Wheel of Wonder come out, the Tame the Beast just to fear them like for a moment, so they're facing the wheel and then you get taunted. But now you have the secondary synergy off the coil. So you could hold your Wheel of Wonder for a secondary thing if needed, but it also means that, when Puck is level 6 and your Ringmaster is like maybe 4, you have like an assist to break coil if he ganks the Ringmaster lane.
We are really getting to the B tier of offlaners. There are so many
like
banned
D
out
tier.
right now.
What in the world? What is left?
5 seconds remaining.
Both
I actually really like
teams-
Underlord for Shopify.
I'm kind of open to that. It's pretty good
It's
versus
a
Terrorblade.
sick-
Yeah.
Annoying for Quap and Wind Ranger. Like Underlords nowadays, it used to be a lot of auras, but we see Gleipnir Ags as like a pretty common build for him. And dealing with the secondary route in these fights, and it is enormous AoE thanks to the Gleipnir. It's hard to deal with. So I'd be okay with an Underlord.
It's cool.
That's a weird looking Underlord.
Yeah, it's only got 2 legs. The downside of Underlord would have been that Tinker wants to be the global hero, and when you have 2 global heroes, you kind of step on each other's toes as you try to play the map efficiently. So I do like the idea of Kunkka as more catch. I'm assuming offlane Kunkka, unless we're doing something crazy here, where maybe we're doing a fast Orchid. Otherwise, auras could be good for the team. Maybe a mix of both.
I think it's just Blade Mail. Like, to be honest, like I think Kunkka can just go Blade Mail. We are going to be seeing an offlane Terrorblade and a safe lane Dragon Knight though with that response. And I think that's probably your best case scenario because the Kunkka lane would be very difficult for the Terrorblade to deal with. I'm a little bit curious as to how this Phantom Assassin Terrorblade matchup is going to go because I think we've seen it quite a few times. The Terrorblade picked in the PA and it just moved into the offlane. But because it's a repair bot's Tinker, I'm going to lean towards the PA almost every time. Like, I just feel like you're going to get more out of the support there, right?
Yeah, I think Tinker's the big difference maker here. However, Power Shot is very strong in the early game. And if you keep lining up Power Shots and you're not respecting it, especially some Reflection meta combo into Power Shot, right? PA does not have a lot of health, so you could easily drop low and then get kill shotted by this Wind Ranger. So that's something to be careful of. As long as you slow down the laning stage and the damage you're taking, you should be fine with the repair bots, the laser trades over time, because Terrorblade also doesn't have the most health, so he also needs to respect the damage that Tinker will bring. I feel like it's just going to be a farming lane top, which should be fine for Shopify. Like, Tinker's timing, he's good in the early game, but his timing is actually later because of how fast he can farm with his level 6 just teleporting everywhere. So if you're going even in the lane, you're pretty happy usually.
Yeah. All right. Well, for those of you that are just tuning in, we actually have a series under our hands here. It is Shopify versus White Ice, game number 1. As today's been a long day of forfeits in both streams. So having an actual series seems kind of nice. We'll see how this one ends up unfolding. I think for Yopaj, he is a well-known puck specialist, and he's on puck in a good puck game. And I think that is the potential really scary thing for White Ice. Maybe your Dragon Knight has to go for an early Blink Dagger as a way of like handling this hero, but I think he still wants to get something before the Blink Dagger, right? Like either it's usually like Armlet or I don't know, maybe a Mask of Madness even. I'm not really sure. But
well, isn't that something?
I guess we're going to find out if we should be scared about this Wind Ranger. I would expect... So we've been talking up Shopify's lanes. The lane should go fine. I would expect to see Yopaj getting very active on his puck, and that would give Skem space to then get very farmed on his Tinker. And Skem, he's a very efficient farmer as a support. He's often very rich compared to most other position 5s, and he can do a lot with it. Tinker, great hero for that.
Bountied.
That's crazy. Okay. Even greedier and more powerful than expected. Did they not contest like any rune? What? How do you not get one?
They actually didn't. I was looking at their map. I don't know what the Wind Ranger was doing, but she just wanted to try and like offensively block here. We'll go Wind Run and continue to try and block the camps.
Wind Run too soon.
They don't have... Okay, I was like, I don't think they have the damage to kill her, but she is now in the base.
It was close. Yeah, I guess she has Wind Run to get back. Pretty heavy commitment on that, but it will get the lane to push out right away to hopefully hold the map back by the tower for the Terrorblade. So sort of mission accomplished, but maybe a higher price than it should have been needed, especially when you gave all 4 bounty runes to do that.
Yeah, we'll see what they can accomplish on this Terrorblade offlane. He'll be able to block the small camp with his illusion, so it won't spawn, so they can't pull, at least. Like I said, Hellscream's actually taking a lot of damage top here from this Warlock. Dude, no way he walks the courier. Okay.
I guess this is the switch up, actually, though. Oh, sorry, what am I saying? I was thinking Warlock 4, like lane swap. I just had it backwards in my head. Yeah, Warlock 5, like usual, does a lot of damage with the Fatal Bonds. How's mid going? Hopefully even for now. Yopaj needs a few more levels. That makes it easier to dodge things around. Then you start getting more health and mana. So as time goes on, I'd expect Puck to do better and better. Quap at least should just be maxing E to maintain farm so that as Puck moves around, you can shove the lane to the tower to punish. Maybe make some rotations of your own. But when I look at this Queen of Pain, she as a ganker is fine, but I'm looking at the side lanes. Like, I don't know if you can really set her up for success. Terrorblade, off lane. I guess if you land a Shackle Shot, maybe. Top lane, a Warlock gank onto a Kunkka. Like, he's so tanky. I'm not really sure where she's going to find success.
They're already doing a lot to try and support the Queen of Pain in mid, right? The Wind Ranger uses the Wind Run, goes mid, takes the Water Rune away, but it's not really helping out a whole lot. Like, he didn't have his bottle when he took the top Water Rune, so he didn't really get the free charges out of it. And Puck has a lot of sustain just from the Puckish passive, right? So every time the auto attacks get whiffed on the Queen of Pain, or say you toggle the tower aggro to dodge 2 attacks there, like, she gets a lot of regen back. So it's one of those things that, like, this matchup has gotten very difficult because of this. I was gonna say he might fort, and he does. Yeah, gets the silence into the orb. Yopaj grabs first blood, a little bit of extra health off the tower as well, and top lane. Some aggression coming out as they take down the Warlock. Now Kunkka
like
very
kill.
low, and they will find the trade. So ends up being pretty good here for the Dragon Knight as he's got those early boots.
The lane is pushing in, so Kunkka's not going to miss too much for this.
Yeah, you're right.
Dragon Knight at least off to a good start.
Oh, he did go side Soj secrets, by the way. He's got the pie.
Hell Scream, yes. I knew I could trust on him. The creative player. Let's go. Weighted pie somebody.
Do it. He's gonna throw it on the Dragon Knight right now. He has to. Oh, he's just gonna fear him. Okay, he's dead.
I think you're right though. I think he actually does have to if he wants to stay alive.
Yeah. No boots, right? Yeah, I don't think you're making it out of there without the boots.
I guess he didn't expect Dragon Knight to also follow over. You know, if it's just Warlock, it's fine, but Dragon Knight was willing to miss some CS to kill the Ringmaster, so... Bit of a positioning mistake from Hellscream.
They're going to try and get aggressive here onto Skem. The power shot's actually off the mark, and your Terrorblade is in really deep as these repair bots are just going to work, and that will be a kill on over for Tomato. Dagger is out, slowing up this Wind Ranger, and as that Wind Run expires, Tomato should get himself a second kill. This guy's known to dive. He does not care. Double kill for the Phantom Assassin, thanks to the Orb of Corrosion. And, well, your Phantom Assassin is off to a very good start now.
In just a few seconds, you're going to have March in the Machines again, so all the damage you took in that fight, pretty much healed up. That's the tough thing about Tinker. You got to be really careful when you commit. The trades can be quite deceptive, and if you end up dying, it's like you did nothing, because by the time you're back in the lane, he's full health.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto the Dragon Knight. Okay.
Ooh, slip up on the weighted pie. There.
Yeah, I was like, did he weighted pie him out of the his own Tame the Beast? I was like, how did he just force staff away?
That feels like a misclick.
Yeah.
Because he clearly meant to channel where he was slowed and stuck. There's no reason to weighted pie out, so...
you have level 6 on
Might have been a kill
Yopaj.
with that.
He might just go for the kill here onto this Queen of Pain, and with the supports coming in, they don't even need... Okay, well, they drop it anyway. Hellscream just slaps him down there.
Time to unicycle back, Hellscream.
Does he have it? Oh, he does. Yeah, get back to the lane. There's a regen top as well. Going to be bottled up there. Oh, no, it's amplified damage. My apologies. Thought I had that. Thought I saw a regen.
Forgiven.
Now, this is Frost Dragon, correct? Which is something that we actually see every once in a while off of carry Dragon Knights. But when you're against something like the Tinker, it kind of makes more sense, right?
Yeah, as long as there's some kind of healing, Frost Dragon is some of the most heal reduction you can get for free. Oh, Yopaj gets caught
That was
off
just
guard.
That was a straight misplay. He saw them coming. So I'm not sure exactly what went wrong there, but he was not expecting the jump in from the Queen of Pain. Bottom lane, they will grab the Terrorblade. And the Unicycle! Oh, he's stealing the rune with Unicycle. He went all the way from the tower to just straight into the Wisdom Shrine.
Nice.
All right, Hellscream. He saved it for good reason.
I didn't think about that. Weighted Pie. If you had both, or I guess like either or, you could knock people out of the ring. Could be one way to secure it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Top side, Dragon Knight, once again getting aggressive. Yeah, really struggling against this Frost Dragon, and now Hellscream taking a ton of damage. He does have a Dragon Tail, 12 stick charges. He should just dive this. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Or perhaps Strongman Tonic might have helped you in the past.
Yeah. Amplify damage on Yopaj, trying to finish off the Quap. He gets out just barely. And now the Wind Ranger in the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage as well. Yopaj will regen a little bit with Puckish, jaunt to his orb on the north side. Now Queen of Pain is coming back in with an ult. Can he Sonic Wave to the high ground? He just gets He gets popped. Okay, that is a really bad death on this Puck.
2 in a row. 1 would be kind of understandable. Puck is a very unforgiving hero when you don't react fast enough. That's why it's like such a high skill ceiling hero. In that mid lane kill, you know, maybe he's expecting I can walk up because I'm going to dodge the blink in fast enough, and you don't do it in time. But now here, over aggression, really wanting a kill off that amplified damage, but gives way too much time for people to rotate and then get nuked down. You're a very squishy hero on that Puck.
Well, with this, they're winning all 3 lanes. And they will very easily take your bottom tier 1 tower. You're going to need, like, Coil into Boat coming out of this bottom lane to try and do something here. Skem can try and repair bot spam to slow this one down. But is the Terrorblade really not going to commit for the tower? Interesting. I guess
it's dangerous to do into a Tinker. Tinker just hit 6 off the wave he defended, so you probably could force it, but it's going to take a lot of time, and Tinker's going to be getting a bunch of farm in the meantime.
They're playing around these twin gates, just popping back and forth. I'm surprised the Quap has kind of stayed off the map for the last several minutes. Just farming up in the jungle as lanes are getting pressured, but she does show up in mid finally, and now she might just be dead. X into the boat, of course. There's going to be the orb once again, but he still lives, gets the blink out. Golem's out now from the Warlock, trying to finish off Skem, and it's just needs one more auto attack. He's not microing the Golem. Oh, no. Sonic Wave also, it hits him in the fountain. He gets him.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you get something, but that's your Sonic Wave down, which is a big spell. Blink, dodge, gets out of the Wheel of Wonder. No crit.
No crits. He is doing methodical, so just didn't have the... Away. Yeah, just didn't have the attacks to get it. That's the hard part of Ringmaster. You can't guarantee the setup on Wheel of Wonder, especially versus these mobile heroes. It can be very, very tricky to land. If it does connect, you do get that Queen of Pain kill, which would have been great. But forcing her back is not that bad, considering how that fight went earlier. You end up with a support for a support, but the enemy mid has to go back home.
All right, looks like they're going to try and prioritize top tower now, as the Puck's making his way up here, and Kunkka still just kind of chilling in the lane. Now, Dragon Knight's having a fantastic game. Almost 6,000 net worth now, has the early Maelstrom, going to go straight into the Mjolnir.
Hiding in the trees, knows they might look for him after pushing that tower.
Is that just a casual Glove of Haste? Am I missing something?
Seems like it.
Coil.
Mid, coil on
Warlock. It's a lot of damage coming through. It's takes him a bit to finish the job, but they will get him.
Yeah, he's got level 3 Shadow Word. It's a lot of healing, but slow here like Warlock. It's not going to make it away in time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wind Ranger is going to go straight Blink. It kind of makes sense. Their team really is lacking initiation. This is an issue when you have the offlane Terrorblade. So, gonna get the Blink to try to land these Shackle shots. It's scary though, because Wind Ranger is a squishy hero, especially as a support. You're not picking up as many items, and there's a lot of nukes in this game. So, she might get the initiation. I don't think she'll get a follow-up stun after that. She has to blink in too far for these.
The one thing Shopify has going for it right now is how farmed Skem is on the Tinker, right? Which is kind of expected. They're going to drop everything here in the mid lane. Nice coil. Sonic Wave does come out, and they will grab themselves the Wind Ranger. The rest of Shopify on the retreat here. The Rum buff, keeping them nice and topped off. They should be okay.
And they thought they were baiting the Wind Ranger there, but well, maybe not done.
X
Totally
definitely
done.
mistimed there, and
Ooh.
well, that is a Dagon reveal. Just comes in, finds a really quick kill. Fear.
Good Wheel of
You
Wonder.
won't get the Wheel of Wonder taunt, and he just turns onto Hellscream and deletes him with the Terrorblade. Meanwhile, Yopaj still trying to find the backline. Will finish off the Queen of Pain. No Sunder there to save him.
Ringmaster for Queen of Pain is good, but the fact that she sniped the Kunkka earlier, I think makes this okay for White Ice. My concern, though, as you were highlighting, Skem, he's climbing up. And sure, we could look at, PA, outscale, Puck, good late game, but Tinker is the true menace in many pro games where the farming you get to do, as we see right now, you just pick up so much money, and I worry about the damage output. For now, with Fatal Bonds and the spells they have, it'll be okay. But eventually, when you've got the dispels to remove Fatal Bonds and you have constant healing coming from Tinker, and he's, third on net worth for his team, I don't know if you're going to win any prolonged fight as White Ice. So the longer this game goes, I think Shopify is going to feel comfortable as long as it's staying relatively even, but it should start pulling ahead thanks to the Tinker.
Yeah, otherwise the strength of White Ice's lineup is the offlane Terrorblade, being as farmed as it is, because this is going to turn into another core, right? Like, he actually didn't even go pipe. He's just straight building carry Terrorblade. He has Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, and the Shard already. He is not even considering building support items.
And I think you do need a pipe, though, against... I mean, look at the Shopify heroes. Ringmaster, Tinker, Puck, even Kunkka with all his spells bring a lot of magic damage. It's kind of scary to skip
100%
that
agree.
pipe. And we'll see if it gets them. I think these early fights without a pipe will be very difficult.
The fact that they actually get the Ringmaster Shard this early against the Terrorblade is insanely good, too.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. We don't always see the Shard have value, but it is very effective versus illusions. Unicycle away!
He's trying his best.
Escape board away!
I mean,
they
Queen of
hate
Pain.
Hellscream.
Yeah, they'll just throw, even committing the meta here to secure the kill. Now, mid lane, Dragon Tail, hold on, Puck. You just chase this, don't you? Oh, nice coil from Yopaj here to keep himself alive. As his blink gets delivered, he'll make it to the top rune as well. Nicely done. If he doesn't silence into the coil there, the Queen of Pain just kills him.
Yeah, successful escape. It does use the coil, though, and that's the main way they have to start plays on Shopify. So it does mean, again, you got to be a little passive here. I don't think they mind too much because of the Tinker, but you always like to do a bit of both. Let Tinker defend while you find a couple plays, coil, boat. And it's tough for Kunkka on his own with all these heroes, the blink outs. He doesn't have an Orchid. He went for the Blade Mail, like you mentioned, and he's actually going to go Eggs, which...
Yeah, Ags is really good.
I kind of like when you see, like, this Terrorblade is not getting a pipe. You know, let's just add more magic damage in.
I think this Ags is just as essential as the old Water Park one, because Kunkka severely lacks damage unless he gets this Aghanim Scepter. I've seen a lot of like games on Kunkka since the Aghanim Scepter came out where, like, I want to say like almost 50% of his damage ends up being his Aghanim Scepter in the late game. So if they want to be able to have damage coming out from the Kunkka, then I think, yeah, the Blade Mail into Ags is a really good idea. And then at that point, he can back towards whatever he wants. Maybe BKB if he wants to go for like a Radiance, he could even, right? Just having a little bit of stuff for the fights. But I imagine it'll probably just be like BKB, maybe tank up, get the Shard.
I think the Ags combo is also really nice when you have the Coil setup or Wheel of Wonder, whichever one you manage to hit and can follow up on. It's just going to be a lot of damage all piled on top of each other. Well, they find Queen of Pain.
They've got the Queen of Pain. There, she's going to get caught there. Hold back in. X, both, everything. They got him, and now the turnaround here with the Golem, trying to find Hellscream, trying to get Yopaj. He actually managed to get out for the moment, but they're looking for the DK and the Frost Dragon. Or rather, looking for the Kunkka. The Frost Dragon will make sure he does not get out of here. Even with all this healing trying to come through, that all being reduced, it's too much. Wind Ranger, how the heck did she get back here? Wait, they actually killed Yopaj with the Warlock? Okay, and Skem just walked down underneath the tower, blind there, in from the laser. It's not enough. And in fact, they're going to kill Yamato as well. The Crushing Claws or whatever coming in from those Infernal Fists. Just way too much damage. Ringmaster does get the turnaround onto the Dragonite. It's like a 6-for-1.
The final death makes sense from the Ringmaster coming in to die again, but get the Dragonite. But everything before that is very unfortunate for Shopify. They started that onto the Queen of Pain, but unfortunately that means they commit all the spells. They're all clumped up, and that means Terrorblade has free reign in that fight. The Warlock managed to Fatal Bond several heroes. The Dragonite's free to just auto-attack everyone down. And Shopify, if they brought all the heroes at once, maybe goes better, but that started as a 3-man gank on the Queen of Pain. Tinker slowly connects in. PA connects in later. It's just too broken up.
Coil mid lane, sets up a kill there onto the Wind Ranger, so nicely done from Yopaj. He is finding some pickoffs, but I feel like he's going to need to start scaling soon, because the damage is definitely lacking on Shopify at the moment. We saw the Phantom Assassin jump in at the tail end of that fight and just died to the Warlock Golem plus like a couple attacks from the Dragon Knight.
I think the first 2 deaths on Puck really hurt the timing. All these heroes that get kills based on burst. Yeah, anytime you're slowed down, the heroes pick up more health. They pick up more magic resistance, more healing, and it makes all the kills harder. With that said, the Aghanims on Kunkka is just about to finish, so that'll be a big boost to damage. And Tinker, still farming away, climbing up that net worth despite the loss in that fight. He's getting close to that Queen of Pain. And for now, it's going to be Guardian Greaves, which is pretty good. Going to be a lot of healing. I want to see what he gets next. I was kind of curious if he would go Aghanims this game. It's just a classic versus the Terrorblade, and I think it's pretty good versus Dragonite as well. Be the true core. I know Skem wants to be.
Yeah, right. So there's smoked up on top side here. Dragonite and Wind Ranger looking for something. Now these are your Blink initiators. And Ringmaster might just be the free casualty, but it's not the best kill, but you take it, right? Yeah. Shackle comes out, perfectly done. Sets up the kill there for the Dragon Knight. It does protect the Phantom Assassin, at least for the moment, but we've got some BKBs now available for White Ice, right? Like BKB up on the Queen of Pain. And this Terrorblade is getting really scary.
They're coming bottom. They are looking for a cause, but he is dancing his way out of here. knows it's coming. So good read on that. But you should be able to set up down here to start pushing. And this is where things are a little tricky versus the Terrorblade. Tinker likes the slow sieges because he just keeps spamming out waves, but Terrorblade can take buildings pretty fast. So even though you kill the creep wave, you can still get a huge chunk of damage in with the illusions, and Tinker doesn't get to stall out as long as he would like.
They really want to get this puck, but they don't really have a great tool for locking him down at the moment. I was wondering if they would grab like an Orchid or something on the Dragon Knight. He has the Blink Dagger. What has he got up next? What's his next item?
BKB. For now, their plan is the Blink stun from Dragon Knight into the Shackle shot from Wind Ranger. And it's plenty of stun if the initial Dragon Tail hits, and you have the damage there. So either Terrorblade or Queen of Pain with the Dragon Knight. That should be fine, at least for now, until Puck picks up some more items. Looks like the Lincolns.
Very nice find there in the mid lane.
Motto, what's he getting next? He's got the Battle Fury Manta. We were talking about damage issues earlier, so I'm wondering if he's going to go just another damage item. But, ooh, good kill on the Tinker.
Yeah. I mean, he was up here for a while, deep pushing, but the Dragon Knight finally being patient enough to stick around. And that's the Blink Dragon Tail you were talking about, just setting up a kill. Now, they are scanning in case they're looking for Roshan. Now, the PA is going to walk by, so they know that there's at least Heroes bottom, as they show on the tower now. Maybe trading tier 1s, as Queen of Pain should get the top one, but they will fort for now. And Dragon Knight wants to chase. Does he find the real one? She gets the Blink Strike out, and the dagger from that Impalement Arts will slow him down quite a bit, but Yamato needs help. Great Shackle coming through here, as he will Blink Strike even further forward, but oh, Manta dodge, Sonic Wave, saved once again. In comes the Ghost Ship as well, trying to do work. They're really trying to bail out this Phantom Assassin, and with the rotation and now from Scam, I think they've done it. They bought out enough time, and now the big Wheel of Wonder catches 3, and goodbye, White Ice. They are crumbling. As Lupa, you're not making it out of that one. That is a optimistic TP. X back in, right into the Torrent. They got him. Slippery hero, this Tomato.
Yeah, it was looking so good, but PA being able to jump around, and especially the healing and saves from the Tinker and Ringmaster supports, buying so much extra time. Escape Act is, what, 2.8 seconds right now, and then you had heals and the shield from Tinker. You just get baited in, you're like, she's so close to dying. Yeah, the rum buff jumping into that. It's like, oh, we've almost got her, like a little further, and suddenly you're in front of the enemy tier 2, and Tinker's back in with another set of spells and healing for everyone. And they get the Wombo combo that we haven't seen connect this entire game, but finally, Wheel of Wonder and the boat. So much damage when all those connect.
And just like that, Shopify now have a 5,000 gold advantage despite the 2 top net worth positions belonging to White Ice. Roshan will also go their way as they finish it here in the Dire side pit. And it will go to the Phantom Assassin, as she's getting a BKB delivered as well, so that'll be a very nice power spike for her.
I think that fight shows damage is not an issue so long as the spells are connecting, and that's the big if. I think if you throw out some of these ultimates and they don't quite land, you gotta just back out and wait. Tried to steal a rune, I think.
Really nice stuff out of Yopaj here. Once again, finding the Wind Ranger. They do find an Amplify damage bottom as it spawns. So maybe with the shield rune here and the Amplify damage, we could see them try to find a pickoff, but they're kind of split all over the place, and they will find Menace, at least for the moment, trying to surge away here. But Tomato just as fast under the river buff and gets the kill, cuts him right down.
Hellscream's got to lend his unicycle to Yamato to help him chase down the river faster. Maybe that's the buff this facet needs if it doesn't catch on. You can
be able to
use it
give your
on
allies
allies.
unicycle.
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be kind of sick. Scam bottom lane, glimmered up. Actually, no
Doesn't take that
detection
much
coming from these
damage.
heroes, so he's fine. So
You
that's
gotta be
meta and
very
Sonic Wave down.
careful. It's tempting to try to kill this Tinker who's defending a tower on his own, but good Tinkers always have defense matrix, so you got status resistance and barrier. And then depending on the build, you have even more barriers and heal. So in this case, we have Guardian Greaves, Holy Locket, Glimmer Cape, and the March of the Machines going. So if you can't burst him instantly, he's gonna heal and he's gonna live. And that's exactly what happens there. Fortunately, they didn't die for it, but it was the BKB on Queen of Pain, and that's pretty painful to have to use.
All right, looks like they were looking for a kill top, but we'll come back down to take the Tormentor, which the Wind Ranger was hanging around here for quite some time to try and scout this out. He will get revealed on a ward. They're going to look to try and find him. Windrun has Blink.
Ninja Gear to
Pops
get out
the
too.
Ninja Gear. All right, this is a very long chase. Tomato even TPing mid as well as now the Puck. They really want to shut this down.
He's making them work for it. Bringing them all the way back to their own base at least. Even a extra second or two of stun there, but they get the kill in the end. Perhaps Space Maid, because I think Queen of Pain stole their Wisdom Shrine and all of that.
Yeah.
Is that worth it?
Maybe? I mean, Queen of
Wind
Pain actually
Ranger's pretty
scales
poor.
incredibly well.
Yeah, Wind Ranger's not worth that much because currently 0-6 and 9.
Oh, they're going to find the Warlock as well. Great control there from Pakaz. Pulls him back in with the Tidal Wave. What is the Kunkka build here? So, obviously he went for the Blade Mail Ags. Going back for Shivas. Okay, yeah, that's a great tool. A little bit of armor for himself. Some more healing reduction. And gives them that extra spell amp.
Good vision to find these mobile heroes in the Wind Ranger and Queen of Pain. She's cutting some waves, but the tower push is here. You got the Tinker heals to keep everyone healthy.
Puck's just going to go in, try and solo kill off the Wind Ranger, and he gets him, drops the coil for safe measure.
I thought that was just going to be
him.
Yeah, I thought that was just poke a little bit, back off. Oh no, that was a full kill.
Oh, Dragon Tail. Oh, great save there from the Ringmaster. He's going to be able to get out for now. The BKB pop from Vagabond. Nice shackle as the Phantom Assassin gets out. 40 seconds still on that Aegis, but will survive. They do manage to burst down the Tinker. There's the taunt from the Wheel of Wonder. They need to be able to help this Terrorblade. Is he going to get it, though? Sunder not in time, and Yamato still lives on 50 HP and instead just jumps onto the high ground, helps finish off the Warlock. And now they're going to look for the Queen of Pain as well. Blink up in 1 second, but she's not close enough to that fountain. And the Tomato, Phantom Assassin will finish the job. Buyback coming through here from 2 heroes. Pops a Satanic. Tomato just healing straight through this. Does not seem to care. And with this, X into the TP. Shackle. He's got a Lincoln's. Oh my goodness. What a timing on that Lincoln's.
And the earlier depths, you know, all the warm-up. Yoposh is ready to go here in this looking like final fight of the game. On point with all the spells, killing the supports, zoning everybody. That's 1 barracks down. They're going to move top. Bottom tier 2 is still up, so you can't get the full megas.
And Skem
Can you even be kicked out of the base? Yeah, with Skem back, everyone is about to be fully healed and have matrices. And then he could maybe even go bottom, get that tier 2, so you maybe could look for the full megas.
I mean, I wonder if you even need to leave. You might just sit in their base and look for kills, right? Which, well, there's going to be the Warlock pulled back on the Tidal Wave. Do they want to commit aggressively for it? Great shackle, but the damage, hold up. Terrorblade's got to run. BKB out from Yamato, trying to do what he can here. Terrorblade's going to survive, looking for a Sunder target. Going to get Pakaz here. That sends him real low, but Yamato is doing way too much work. Sonic Wave, not enough. BKB now forced, but the Bash is coming through, trying to take down Vagabond. The GG gets called, as it's a full team wipe, and White Ice will drop here in game 1 to Shopify. A little bit of a slow start. from Shopify, I'll be honest. I was getting a little worried, but they turned it around.
I would say maybe not as clean of a game from Shopify as we would expect. And I think they themselves expect as well. They're going to certainly talk about what went wrong and a little bit messy to start that game off. But as we kept going, I think we see their experience shine through. They start to slip up. They realize, okay, what do we need? You know, don't feed more kills, get the right items, and then we'll take the fights. And we do see with the Aghanims from Kunkka, and they start landing the spell combos, Wheel Wonder, Coil, Kunkka Ags, and start letting Yamato just join in wherever he thinks is appropriate, right? They started winning every fight from there. And I think that's when the pipe really felt missing from the Terrorblade, because the pipe barrier would be enough to essentially remove the damage from one of those spells, as if Wheel of Wonder wasn't there, as if one of the Kunkka boats wasn't there. And you actually have the magic resistance to reduce it from all of it. So I think that was pretty painful and a little bit of an oversight to not get the pipe. But then the way they took team fights also was not quite as clean as the game went on. But to be fair, it was pretty close. Like, especially that PA chase, like, I get it. They were there. They wanted her. It was so close, but so many saves to keep her alive long enough, baits them in, and after that, they lost so much momentum.
Yeah, that took the wind out of their sails completely, that dive. Like, they actually were in a really good spot, I thought, leading into it. Like, the Terrorblade going the super greedy build, it's one of those things, like, it looks really funny when it doesn't work, but if that like dive doesn't happen and that bad team fight doesn't happen, it's very possible it like could have paid off if they just went on with that same kind of trajectory where they're just out farming Shopify on the map. And yeah, you have this, you know, Tinker that is getting really scary, but eventually you'll have like a Wind Ranger and a Queen of Pain and a Dragonite who might be able to just find him at the start of the fight. But overall, Shopify played it cool, hit their item timings, and yeah, just ran over White Ice, like really capitalizing on that one mistake. So that's kind of what we expect out of the top, like the higher tier teams, the teams that have a little bit more experience. Like you get punished a lot more than you would in the lower tiers. So we're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with Game 2 here of Shopify versus White Ice on DreamLeague Season 26, the North American Closed Qualifiers. We'll see you in just a bit.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't.
Welcome back, everybody. Here to Dream League Season 26 closed qualifiers. We are getting ready to jump into Game 2 of White Ice versus Shopify Rebellion. And Game 1, I mean, actually kind of started fairly competitive. We were actually a little bit surprised on how that was going for White Ice, but one mistake is all it really took for Shopify to completely turn the momentum. So, Zach, talk to me, man. What can they do on White Ice? Because there's obviously, like, I don't know. Like, you can't just play a perfect game, of course, but like, what can they do to have better chances?
I think the pipe would have helped a lot. I think that can't be understated how much the barrier plus magic resistance would do versus the damage from Shopify, which was heavily spell damage when we saw the game start to turn magic damage, in particular versus the pipe. So I think that alone could have made a very big difference in their chances to win. Do they win as it goes later on? Maybe not versus the Tinker and all that, right? They would need to find some meaningful fights to really get control of the game before the Tinker gets out of hand. But I think they had a pretty good start, all things considered. We said at the start, I think Shopify is the favorites. We know them. I Nothing against them. I don't really know much about White Ice. They're kind of a qualifier team that we assume came together to give it a shot. And so the fact that the early game went that well for them, I think is quite good. And I think you just do it again. Maybe you quickly discuss like, okay, we committed way too hard on that Phantom Assassin and things got out of control. Oh, we didn't have the right item. I didn't realize you weren't building pipe. So I could have done it, like who knows what happens on that front. But just small changes could have made a big impact in that game. So going into game 2, you can do a similar draft. I feel like several powerful heroes were kind of ignored to start, though. I'd like to see some of those maybe a little bit more. I think those are probably a good place to start, at least.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think maybe playing a little bit less greedy against Shopify. Like, whenever you're playing against, like, teams that are more competitively experienced, like playing a super greedy draft, I think tends to not work out because they are the teams that are very capable of punishing it. Whereas like lower skill teams struggle to punish greedy drafts. Like you can get away with it more because you're more efficient, right? So I agree with you. I think the pipe is something that they desperately needed and maybe it was a little bit of an oversight and that game is very different if they have it. And, if they want to run back a similar draft, but pick up the pipe, I would be interested in seeing that. I also want to point out that first pick Phantom Assassin still seemingly incredibly strong, and they did not really seem to have an answer for how to deal with it. I'm not sure if the Terrorblade response immediately was really the best option. Like maybe there is a better hero that you could pick that actually handles the lane specifically, which in my eyes, the one that has been good is the Medusa. I think Medusa is a legitimate, huge direct lane counter to PA. So I would like to see teams maybe experiment with it if you're gonna if the team's gonna be ballsy enough to first pick Phantom Assassin. Like I don't think they're going to ban Medusa, so you're very likely to be able to like hide that offlane pick and then like pick the Medusa when it's later in the draft.
I'm open to that just because I like the idea of the offlane Medusa. You know, I want to see it more. I don't think that's something that every team is going to have practiced and played. So, you know, maybe it's something they could give it a go. Like you said, feels a little greedy in a way. Okay, I know the ideal Medusa offlane plan is to get like the Meteor Hammer and go fast, but that's not easy for a lot of people to do. And I don't know how to describe this. It's fast in a weirdly slow way. And I think it gives you very little wiggle room to fall behind and then, okay, we can still blink stun, get a kill this way, right? Like once Medusa's down, Medusa's down. That's it. End game. Like she's just gonna be trying to recover and she's always gonna be behind. So that would be my worry for a team that has maybe less competitive experience of just like whipping it out. With that said, maybe that's the surprise you need to catch Shopify off guard. I think the Terrorblade response to PA was okay because you could move it around, but I don't think Wind Ranger is very good versus PA. The power shot, sure, but the power shot plus the setup from Terrorblade, wait, there's no setup from Terrorblade. You just have to land them, right? That's the tricky part. I don't think that lane combo punishes the PA that well. I think something with more, if you want the Terrorblade, a position 4 with more consistent magic damage would be better. Maybe you steal the Ringmaster. Maybe something like Muerta, calling in Deadshot could silence the PA and get her killed. But I think that combo, especially against the Tinker support, does not punish the PA hard enough. But the Terrorblade alone is fine.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. I'm getting a little bit scared looking at the lobby right now. Have you seen what I'm seeing? I'm not sure.
I'm specifically not seeing something.
We're specifically missing an entire team.
Maybe they're just like, we need the lobby password. We didn't get it. Can you send it? I hope so.
There was a couple people in there, and then the rest of them left. I don't really know. So hopefully we're not getting like a game 2 forfeit here. That would be really unfortunate because I do feel like they actually. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it was actually a good game for a while, and it's just like some slight adjustments would put them in a decent spot, I think. But yeah, I want to talk more about offlane Dusa because I know it's, you know, potentially like a very limited window, but maybe we just haven't played enough of the Medusa yet. Maybe there's still several things that we need to experience because the one thing that you lack with this hero coming out from an offlaner is stun, right? She has 2 roots and a lot of magic damage, but she doesn't really bring stun to the team fight. So outside of Stone Gaze, which is not like we're gonna get you with the Stone Gaze type of thing, you know. I think it needs to be supplemented by a really like heavy 4 position that can bring stun to the team fight. So maybe things like Earthshaker come to mind, but I wonder if there is a different item build that brings Medusa more to the forefront. So like you pick up this, you know, Meteor Hammer and Gleipnir. At that point, do you rush Scythe of Ice? Or do you rush like, I mean, I don't know. Like, is there another item build that like you can think of where suddenly this Medusa has more impact than just this early game cheese that we've been seeing? Or do you transition at that point into a core? Like, do you just buy things like Orchid and then or like Maelstrom and start converting into like a semi-carry?
I think by the time you have Meteor Gleipnir, you're approaching the end of how useful you're going to be. Like you said, maybe we just haven't seen it very much, but in my mind, if you're not scaling as a carry Medusa, you really are playing off the fact that, man, I'm sure crazy tanky with Mana Shield in this early game, but that's going to stop at some point because either just a ton of physical damage is going to be picked up, or there might be a diffusal builder in the game who starts being ready to fight, which is why I think you have to be careful when you draft Medusa. They need like a carry that's not going to build diffusal and stuff like that. But once you get that, I think most traditional carries will eventually be able to deal with the Medusa offlane, especially as they pick up BKBs. And sure, there's Stone Gaze, but you're like, I'm not even looking at you. I'm like looking at the others because they're the ones with damage. You're offlane Medusa with a Meteor Gleipnir. I'm just going to ignore you, kill your team, and then deal with you. So I feel like whatever that third item is specific to the game, and it's to help you finish the game before you really need to be thinking about the fourth and the fifth items. And you need to be breaking the base at that point. I think if
Yeah.
you want that Medusa offlane, it's got to be tempo. Like it's crazy to say, like, yeah, play the real fast tempo Medusa, but I think that's the idea with the offlane.
Yeah. Okay. So I really hope to see more of it because I do believe in it. I think there is like whenever you have an offlane hero that can do that much early on, I feel like there are drafts that you can create around it that become very successful. And maybe it's easy to ban out the heroes that enable it, and we just haven't really seen enough teams experimenting with this. But because part of it is the fact that we can't see what teams are experimenting with and players are experimenting with anymore, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. But I don't know. I love that part of Dota. The real kind of theory craft side of I feel like this hero's got to be good. So let's find a way to make it work. And typically when a hero is able to do that much early on, I struggle to see how it can't be meta, you know? Like there's heroes that are picked significantly more that do way less than like the Medusa would in the first 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Meteor plus Atos Gleipnir is a pretty solid build. I think the tricky part of making it work is identifying what the right draft is to play around it,
Yeah.
and how you make sure you can end the game at that point compared to an offlaner like Sand King. Yeah, like they might drop off later, but the fact that you can instantly stun is always useful. Like arguably more useful the later you go and damage is rampant. And it's like, yeah, as long as you stun that guy for 2 seconds, I'll Divine Rapier kill that guy in like 3 auto attacks. And that's something Medusa really struggles with because Stone Gaze is just such a weird, like a weird spell the way it works. And if you didn't build damage already, like you're always going to be like 3 items behind at that point once you start pivoting. So that's why I feel like you're committing to the momentum, and that's a draft thing. Like you have to see like they can't slow us down easily. They can't kill me early because they'll like, oh, diffusal on this hero. So you need to know this is going to be a successful Medusa offlane, and we can just run down buildings, and they can't stall it out. They can't be ratting us, and they can't out tempo us either. You know, in some way. I think that's the tricky part of the Medusa offlane.
Yeah, that's fair. I can get behind that. One hero that I do think could be back that I would like to see potentially more of is the Wraith King. Because I feel on paper Bone Guard opens him up to an offlane. Like Flex. I think people underestimate how strong the skeletons are just as an offlane tool of just like spamming these. You just like summon into a Wraithfire Blast, and then they just chase down an enemy hero. And if you have anything else that can kind of enable them with like either another stun or a slow that allows them to just stay on the support or something, it becomes a really difficult task to manage. And now that they're just generally stronger at all stages of the game, I feel like that's pretty good. 4-second slow duration. With the 10 talent, you know, and I think that's just better than the Vamp Lifesteal. Like Vamp Lifesteal is like kind of cool, I guess, but I mean, a 4-second slow on Wraithfire Blast with an 8-second downtime, like that's pretty
Seems
good.
strong.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that would be another case of how effective are the skeletons going to be.
Yeah.
It's annoying to kill them twice for pretty much everyone until later on, but as long as you can kill them once early or slow them or stun them or in some way and then get out, that limits a huge amount of their effectiveness. So I think it comes down again to, hey, they can't deal with the boys, you know, like let's go Wraith King off lane. You got a slow and a stun. I got the stun, you know, wait till you pick up a couple skeletons and then you go. And I think that'll look really good. I think if you pick it up too early though, they're going to we're going to learn, you know, someone like maybe Ringmaster with Tame the Beast. It's like, oh, I'll just save Tame the Beast. Anytime they try to commit, I just you know, kill
Instantly
all of them
kill
in
their
one
first
go.
life.
Yeah, and you get out in that time. And then it's like, okay, he's wasted it, you know. And now they're actually shoving the lane because once they don't find heroes, they're like, okay, kill creeps, and Wraith King's like, wait, no, you guys are shoving the lane. I don't want this.
That's
I
not
needed
what
to
I
kill
summoned
first.
you to do.
Yeah, it's like, well, the guy's gone. What do you want us to do? We kill things. We gotta kill things. So I think that's where it's a fine line of you get kills with them, or oops, we just shove the lane, and now I don't have them to jungle with. I'm actually not a good jungler. You need the boys to jungle. So it's a little tricky, but yeah, I'm with you. I'd love to see it explored. I think it's the pairings that will make or break it more than the hero itself.
Yeah, completely agree. I think because Ancient Apparition is like kind of strong right now, Wraith King AA has always been back when it used to be a safe laner, predominantly. That was a very good like 1-5 combo. But I could see it as like your 3-4 off lane. Whereas like you're just guaranteed to hit cold feet every time. You have you have like the constant slows from him as well. So I don't know. I think it could be a pairing, but like you said, I think the enemies duo also says a lot, right, in terms of what can or can't be good. Plus, then it comes
The
down
nice
to
thing,
your item build of like what do you build on offlane Wraith King, right?
yeah, I think that would be the nice thing about offlane Wraith King is that when you do summon the boys and you shove the lane by accident because you didn't get a kill, it's like, oh well, that's tower damage is actually perfectly fine. I'm the offlaner, like this is acceptable, and I'm not here to AFK farm like carry Wraith King. I'm here to cause havoc, and so when you're taking towers with the offlane Wraith King, I think it's good. I think there will need to be some exploration on the build because if you end up just being like, yeah, I'm offlane Wraith King. I'm
Rushing
getting
Radiance.
Radiance first item, like, okay, you're just being another carry, and then that's no longer particularly good. What that build would be, though, I'm not fully sure.
Got to be Blink Dagger. I feel like it has to be Blink, right?
Just straight Blink?
If you're going max Bone Guard on this hero, you can Blink, summon Wraith Blast, and you will like it does. They do so much damage. Plus the 10 talent of like the slow. If you're like a support or a hero that actually can't get away or clear them immediately, I feel like the Bone Guard summons will just kill anyone. So that's my guess. Is like it would just be a Blink Rush maybe, and then at that point you can kind of do whatever you want. But
do the drums effective? Maybe you can be like Enigma. You're just like rushing an aura item, and
the drums
you're like
should.
you don't need to blink at people because you're just taking the tower directly, and then after that you might build the blink. There's no charges on drums anymore too, so if you rush them first, it's a little better.
Well, yeah, I would be interesting. I'm actually going to test it right now. I'm a little bit curious to see how that would work. But I do actually have an update on our series. So, in typical fashion for the North American Closed Qualifiers, we've received another forfeit. White Ice lost game 1 and decided they don't want to play anymore and have stopped responding. They left the lobby and have not communicated with a single member of our admin team or us or the enemy team. So they've received the forfeit for game 2, and that means Shopify will advance to the upper bracket finals after playing a single game.
Can you believe if they had built pipe, we'd be going to game 2? Isn't that crazy?
It's actually, yeah, probably not wrong.
Oh man. Oh well, that's it. End of the day, probably not too surprising of a result that Shopify moves on in the upper bracket. Would you believe it if I told you wild card probably also gonna be there, and then we'll have Shopify versus wild card to fight it out to get to the final slot, and then a lower bracket final to decide see it again. That's NA quals, but the adventure in between, it's who knows? Who knows what happens? Today, it's forfeits.
Yeah, unfortunate. But that is how Dota goes sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. I would hope that we at least have a very exciting upper bracket finals. That's my goal at this point. I do want to inform you that drums does in fact work on the skeletons.
Nice.
I did finally. I was like, I could test this real quick. So yeah, we'll maybe we'll see some blink drums or just drums into blink. I don't know. It'd be fun. But for now, we're gonna call it a day. We got to cast 3 games in 3 series, I think. So unfortunate first day here, but I feel like this has been par for the course for North American Closed Qualifiers for almost every tournament in the last year. So It is what it is. Make sure to come back tomorrow, though, as we will have way more exciting series and actual games being played. And if you guys want to watch anything else, South American qualifiers are happening right now on the other ESL streams. So go watch those. Those are going to be great. And then we'll see you all tomorrow. As always, have a wonderful evening. Good night.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of